luxury, if you like, the ability to be able to ensure that one or two riders are protected and can exactly do that and wait back patiently there. Whistle indicating, sprint next time through, ladies, sprint next time through here.
Yes, so Ruby sprang on the back that time. I don't know too much about the rider from Te Awamuri, Molly Hayes, but she certainly seems to be looking after herself at this stage. I haven't seen her at the front, but I haven't seen her much at the back either. Just burying herself there in amongst those black magic women.
Yeah, I think in particular what it shows there with the likes of Molly, that she's riding a very patient ride and not panicking, which can often be the case when particularly when you're in this situation where you have a large team up against you. Very easy to throw all the plans out the door and panic a little bit, but no, they seem to be riding a controlled sort of a race, as is the local rider, Georgia Simpson, not being forced into having to do a lot of the work. And of course, she's also, those two riders, and they're not in that team colours there, also got the chance there to say, well, actually, we don't have to be doing a lot of the work here. You've got the numbers. You get on the front, and you make this race happen. We'll move when we want to move. So it can work the other way, even when you do have the numbers game against you. There's our two riders who are on their way to potentially being lapped here, but they'll keep rolling together pretty smoothly. Perry and Milne, 233 and 240 as we enter into the base of the hill. Simpson puts herself smartly towards the front of the group. Now slots herself into about third wheel. Molly Hayes, as you said, Marty, she's riding a patient ride, just putting herself into the right sort of a position. Not necessarily going to take a chance to try and win the $100 and keep them thinking whether she's got a sprint on her or not.
Yes, good tactic, keep them guessing, especially when you're outnumbered. But then, of course, Julian, there's only one winner, so that will be a dynamic that will be going through the Black Magic women. They may ride as a team until they get near the finish, but then it'll be all bets are off. Who's going to take it out?
Yeah, it's certainly an option they would have discussed before the race. And, of course, things can change during a race, particularly when you get into a lot of stage racing and tours and that there, where riders come in with a certain amount of ability or skill set that they've come in for, and then all of a sudden they might find themselves that they are the protected rider because they've come in with some pretty good form, or they ride themselves in as such. And to a point you can see that happen through a criterium as well, for all sorts of reasons. Riders that might have had come in thinking, well, that's our number one rider, might not just have that right day. The legs just may not be responding. So no doubt there'll be a bit of discussion amongst them if that sort of a case happens. But at the moment, everyone looking pretty comfortable with it as the Black Magic team put themselves onto the front of the race once again and set themselves up for this next sprint of the $100, the second of the sprints for these ladies once again. So Marianne Green, 234, took the first one out. She'll try it again, or it might just shear it around a wee bit. Either way, they're going into the team coffers, no doubt. Here they come. It doesn't look like much of a sprint's going to go on, but definitely we'll know what team it's going to be. And again, the trifecta as they go across the line, 234, 239 at least, and quite pick up, bit of a scrunched up for the third number. But Green will pick up the dollars there as he saw a teammate just roll up beside her. Of course, that also helps in trying to block out anyone that was trying to make a late bid for it, but the riders that were likely to do that, likes of Hayes and Georgia Simpson, they just waited. They didn't intend to really try and take part in that. They've got the big picture in mind, the gold medal here, the national championships, to try and take out the Criterium. Heading down the back straight, down that fast descent. And everyone just in single file here always gives a pretty good indication that the pace is on a bit. As we've seen earlier today, there was a lot of just spreading across the course, 3 or 4 wide, which again, it gives you that indication that things are just easing off. The brakes are on a wee bit. There's a bit of cat and mouse goes on, but in this case here, they're just now, Black Magic team, just keeping a bit of pressure on. Don't want to see any late bids going off the front, even though they do have the numbers to try and counteract that. And Hayes sitting up there in fourth wheel as they head to the base of the hill now. And definitely things are being lifted as they head up through it. try and get it into focus a wee bit as they head up the hill. And it looked like some of the Black Magic riders now have decided. So we've got the 2 sprints out of the way. We've ticked those off. That was part of our plan. Now we're into the latter half of the race, and it's all about trying to take the title. And to do so, it looks like putting some pressure on the climb.
So rider number 206, Jack Lloyd. Jack Lloyd, if you're here, you need to go and sign in, or if he's scratched, can someone please advise the CNZ people over there in the Massey caravan, just opposite the commentary position here at the start-finish line. Thanks for your cooperation on that.
And again, a reminder to all riders throughout the day, those ones who have already completed their racing, your transponders also go back to where you signed in this morning, so all transponders to be returned, please, immediately after your race. And the support crews of the winners today, if you can ensure those riders make themselves available with us at the commentary area, and we'll have a bit of a catch-up as to how their races unfold. It's been good to catch up with those 2 under-17s who are pretty proud of their efforts here today. Josh Parsons, of course, the latest, taking out the under-17 men's racer earlier here today. So the shots now looking for the front of the group. Just had a bit of pressure was going on that hill. Here they come into the finishing straight, and it's Georgia Simpson who's decided to put a little effort on the front of herself here. So here's the local rider trying to put a bit of pressure onto the team with the numbers and see what sort of reaction she can get.
She looks very composed, doesn't she, Julian? She's certainly not phased, or doesn't appear to be phased, by the 5 Black Magic women that she's riding against, as well as Molly Hayes. And Molly Hayes looks pretty composed as well.
It could be a bit of a surprise package there if these individuals can take it off the team, and they'll be very keen to ensure that doesn't happen, of course, but still very much anyone's race as we get into the closing stages here today of this under-19s. It's approaching 12:30. Of course, at 1 o'clock we're underway with the under-19 men. So these riders will be approaching the lap boards shortly. Again, on the whole, just a very controlled sort of a race. No one making any serious bids for glory at this point in time over the 2K distance circuits here around the Massey University. Thanks again to all those who are joining us live on the streaming here on our Cycling New Zealand Facebook page for this event, these 2023 Criterium National Championships. Julian Einarson and Marty Houston here bringing you the coverage of today's racing, which got underway at 10 o'clock this morning and will continue through to about 4:30 this afternoon with the presentations of the respective medals here for the age groups. And it's great after the last few years with the challenges of COVID, Marty, to be able to get ourselves out here in the sunshine and mix it up here with these Criterium National Championships.
Yeah, it is great, Julian, to have things come back almost to normal, or as normal as they can be. And the riders are going to get 3 laps to go this time as they come over the start-finish line. Yeah, it's been a bit of a dent in the proceedings, and will have had a bit of an impact on all the riders, of course. Some looking to get into the sport and further their career, maybe go overseas, delayed things a wee bit. And for those that are overseas, it just means some of them haven't had the amount of racing that they thought or hoped they would have had.
Absolutely, and of course, as we've mentioned early on the day before we came on live here for the coverage, it's an opportunity today to take out a national title. You get that national jersey and you get to wear that, it's not only domestically, but take it on overseas, which some of these riders in these older age groups are certainly keen to do so, and be able to wear that with pride at some of the international races throughout the world here in 2023. As we see another shot, nothing much changing here. See them bunch up a little bit. Again, gives a bit of an indication that the pace has just eased off slightly for them. As we see another shot here coming into kind of not really a technical finish here, but certainly one that you would need to be well awake to, Marty, in terms of the twist, the turn into the straights. It's a bit of a climb up to it before it drops down, as we saw in the under-17s, particularly in the boys. Very quick finish.
Yes, indeed. Indeed it is, Julian. It's one of those finishes where if you make a little mistake or your timing or your position is just not right, that's it. You're out of contention. But the riders are getting 2 laps to go, and there we've got Molly Hayes and Ruby Spring. It's not often we get to talk about the back of a bunch, but those 2 riders, I've got to say, I've been impressed with how they have been riding this event. The 2 of them against 5, well, that's the way I'm calling it. They certainly haven't panicked, and as you've been saying, they've been patient.
Yes, and they haven't got much longer to be patient for here. Will we see an effort go off onto the hill? I'd suggest we're going to see a bit of a surge happen here and try and force the hand of those particular 2 riders. Of course, those 2 riders could be the ones that might force the hand of the team. And we're about to find out very shortly here. A number of riders we know have got good sprint finishes on them here, so it's pretty open in terms of how that podium could look at the conclusion of racing here. Lap board's all set and ready to go. Kirsty Watts doing a lot of work towards the front of the race. As we said, a very good time trialist. Happy to go off the front. She does often, both on the track and on the road. That's her trademark move. And she'll settle into time trial mode. So she potentially could be that rider that's been asked by the team to do the set the pacing and potentially even do that just to force the hand of those other couple of riders to make the move as we head up into the hill once again. And as we've spoken to riders through the day here, they're a bit cautious about that hill in terms of the effects that it'll have on the legs constantly going over this long period of time.
Well, the camera panned just a little bit longer that time. We got just a bit more of a look through the trees there of the start of that climb. And the riders are up out of the seat. But, of course, don't discount just a blanket finish from the Black Magic women either. They could well be just biding their time, Julian, and saying, right, we're going to take this out.
Oh, I think they'd be very keen to, given the fact we've already seen a couple of those sprints, of course, where there has been first, second and third for them. And they've certainly got those options to play. As we said, you've got Green, you've got likes of Ruby Spring in there. And that's who we know both got some decent kicks on them as they come into the finish, and now about to see the motorbike come through. If you just joined us on the live stream, you've just joined the last few laps here of the under-19 women here at these National Criterium Championships. Here they come, folks. Over the speed hump they go, the last one before they come into the final sprint finish here. The bow was being prepared in readiness for the traditional. Let them know it's 1 lap to go with the bow. As these riders stretch themselves out a little bit more, but more speed goes on, ensuring that nobody can do that last moment move. As we capture some great shots here on the course. Crowds building up around the outskirts here of the university to witness this National Criterium Championships. Along the fence line they go, nice and tight up against it. Forcing only riders to go down that one particular side here, Marty, and it's all part of the tactics.
Yes, it is. There's the bell. And they're all just looking at each other. Nobody prepared to play their hand yet. Mind you, you'd have to be a pretty strong rider at this stage of the proceedings, Julian, to put the hammer down and just go for it from here. It doesn't mean it's an impossible way to win a race, but it certainly is slightly hard. And as we look at the screen, looks like somebody is just going to take the pace up as they go into that descent.
Yes, Black Magic, one of their riders. They spread themselves across the course, decide to give it a wee bit of a kick and see what reaction we get there. Now that stretches them right out. Now they get themselves lined up for the sprint finish. They got about 1.8k to go. As they head down, it is Kirsty Watts who's been given the job of the motorbike on the front. She winds it on up there. She's going to bring them very quickly into the base of the hill for our next shot there. So that's been given, that's the role she's been given here, to try and literally allow riders to springboard off her as they'll hit up that hill. No doubt the next couple of riders, that's their job then, to keep the pressure up the climb. Then ultimately the rider sitting third or fourth back could be the one they're trying to set up into the sprint finish. But the brakes go on a wee bit, so not really hitting into it probably as quick as they would like to have. Allows riders just to catch their breath momentarily as they head up the hill.
Here we saw Molly Hayes and Georgia Simpson. They were at the back of the bunch as they came through that corner, so it'll be interesting to see what we see when they come up past the vet club, what actually happens on there, whether there's going to be an attack or whether those two riders are just going to try and position themselves and just take it out as they go across the finish line.
So our two riders coming into shot here, they're going to be close to being lapped here, so they'll just be watching closely that they keep it nice and clear. They should have enough time to get themselves through to the finish. These riders now not mucking around too much, but we'll see them come over the brow of the hill. They may well do a bit of cat and mouse. The brakes might go on a little bit, which of course then allows for that counter-attack to happen. Will we see the likes of Molly Hayes? Will we see the likes of Georgia Simpson be able to combat the Black Magic team, who have currently kept things pretty well under control here over their 30-minute distance? This is the Under-19 Women's National Criterium Championships. We're only moments away from finding out who will take the gold medal. It looks like Black Magic, Marty, lining them up over the speed hump.
Well, we're going to have a sprint finish. No one's gone for the lone break. There is the bell to the two riders going through from the back of the race, but it's all eyes to the left as we watch them come into view from the vet club.
So I think there's a bit of hesitation back in there at the moment as they try and line themselves on up. Yeah, they've certainly put the brakes on a bit here as they come into it, but now they give it a wee bit of a nudge through. It's Black Magic on the front here. Can they get the 1, 2, 3 as the two of them go head to the line? It's going to be tight, and I think we might have Green down on the inside. She may well have held on to it. It'll be a tight one right at 234, but no doubt about it, Black Magic women's team there, very strong indeed as they went head to head with each other into the finish after controlling it throughout the 30 minutes here in the Under-19. But I think Green potentially right there in the centre will hold on to the win, and if so, has taken out everything across the board with the sprints, Marty, as well as the finish.
Yes, indeed she has, and it certainly was the Black Magic women, Julian. They had it all under control at the end. It was, way I saw it, I think they've come in the first 4 places. It was a very controlled finish by them, and Murian Green, I should say. It looks as though she was the rider that was going to do the business today. Not quite sure who was second. It was reasonably close as they went across the line.
It certainly was, and now of course the judges with the video footage will confirm it for us. It's all provisional at this point in time, as we call it, and we'll be back with you in a few moments' time with the confirmed results. They'll bring those through to us, and then we're going to plan. We'll bring you a live interview with our new 2023 National Criterium Champion for the Under-19 women. So the A-team are onto it, looking at the video footage there to confirm those results for us. See, from our angle, it looked like it might well have been Green, but I tell you what, was tight. As you said, Marty, top 4, all in the same colours going across the line there, but they'll have that all up for us very shortly. Of course, you check out online, they'll bring you, once they've got them all confirmed, all the results of the day. If you just joined us online, of course, we've got the Under-17s already completed so earlier this morning. And so now we've just completed our 3rd race of the day, the Under-19 women's here at the National Criterium Championships. Looks like results coming across. Well, Marty, we said these two had a good sprint on them, and it's all confirmed for us with rider 234, Marianne Green, taking out the title there from Ruby Spring, who gets the silver medal, and Kirsty Watts of Canterbury holds on for the bronze medal, rider 237. That's the results on through, and of course Green also picking up those sprints during the day as well, so not a bad day's effort for Green out on the roads here in Palmerston North, Marty.
Yeah, I think that's the way it's gone with all the races so far, actually, Julian. All the riders that have won the preems, won the money, they've also taken out the event. So Julian will be looking to have a word there with Marianne Green, and just get her take on the proceedings on the event. And just looking through the start list here for the under-19 men. That race gets underway at 1 o'clock, so just 20 minutes from now. And we've got a couple of riders in the field that will be no stranger to the podium in this event. Last year, the rider from Southland, from Invercargill, I believe, Marshall Irwood, he was silver in the under-19, got the second place last year. And stepping up from the under-17s is Lucas Bimmy. He won the bronze medal in the under-17 men last year as well. So it'll be a sprint at 10 minutes and 20 minutes for the under-19 men, and they'll be racing for 30 minutes plus 2 laps, just like the women have.
So Marianne Green, if you're about, rider 234. Marianne Green, please, if you can make your way down to the finishing area. We'll have a catch up with you in respect to the event today. So the Black Magic rider 234, Marianne Green, please down to the commentary area. Area, please. Marianne Green, the winner, please down to the presentation area.
So just a message to all the teams and the team management and support out there. It looks as though some wheels have been picked up in error from the pits area. Somebody's picked up some wheels from the pits area that don't belong to them. If you have got those, you can just return them to the blue Massey caravan here at the start-finish line. Thanks for that.
All right, folks. Well, I've got the champion, the new champion here for the under-19 woman, Marianne Green, joining me here to give her insights to the racing. And I think it'd be safe to say, Marianne, you're pretty stoked with the way that went.
Yeah, I'm really stoked. Yeah, I've been training hard for this for the couple of months after not having a good time at Worlds, so this means a lot.
And of course, it's a tough circuit out there, fantastic conditions, but you had a number of riders there, of course, that weren't wearing those same colours as you guys that were keen to try and take the title as well. Yeah, it's so amazing to get to ride with the team. I haven't ridden with them yet, so it's been really good, and the course was, amazing, and all the girls gave it their all, so it's all I can ask for, really. And obviously, we can see it in you there. It's a pretty special moment at any time to take out a national title, but what a great way to start the year. For sure. Looking forward to nationals and getting to race with the girls again, and then heading off to Oshie, so it's a good start. That's a great opportunity. I know there's always a lot of people new to the sport, see the bike rider on the bike, but there's a lot of support off the bike as well. Have you got anyone you want to do a shout out to? Yeah, for sure. My parents for just supporting me through cycling, and my coach, both Tatchik and Tammy, for mentally and physically supporting me through my training, and all the sponsors to sponsor Black Magic. We really appreciate them. Well, fantastic result here for you today. Congratulations once again, folks. Would you put your hands together? She is your 2023 champion for the under-19s, Marianne Green.
Well, Muran there, Julian, giving us a bit of insight, and perhaps some of us are well aware of what actually goes into achieving an effort like that. She's referred to a training, etc., but also the support from her coach and parents, etc. There's actually a lot of people riding on the shoulders of the person that goes across the line in first place.
I think it's a great way of describing it there, Marty. There is certainly that, a lot of support around to get to this point, and the hours that go into the training is one thing, but as you heard from her there, there's also the transporting them to the respective races, ensuring that they're well fed, that they're looked after, as she said, both mentally and physically, to come into the race today and achieve this fantastic result of a national title. And you can see the emotion with her there. It meant a lot to be able now, later on this afternoon, she'll receive that gold medal, along with, of course, to her teammates out there as well, to receive the silver and the bronze medal. And that's a great result all round for them, and that's in the event of the under-19 women. Of course, folks, we're on the countdown now to the next of the events of the day. If you're following us live on the live stream, it's now 1:45. We'll be back in action, and that's just before 1 o'clock. We'll bring you the live footage again of the under-19 men here in Palmerston North with these national Criterium champs. So riders now just lining up onto the start line here for the under 19 men. This is 1 o'clock start, 30 minutes for these riders. We've got about 4 minutes to race starts. Well, welcome back those who have just joined us back on the live streaming here. And footage, you see the riders lining up for the under 19 Criterium Championship. Number of different colours being represented, different centres and teams across the country to contest their 30 minutes plus 2 laps for these riders. Ideal conditions here in Palmerston North at the Massey University for all the racing. Again, for those who have just joined us on the live stream, this is our 4th championship event. Of course, getting underway with some kids earlier this morning on all sorts of bikes of all shapes and sizes. For the under 17 girls was contested at 10:30, and we've just been moving our way through. Marion Green just in the last 20 minutes taking out the under 19 women's title. Well, strong looking field here, Marty, to contest this national championship.
Yes, certainly is, Julian. Just noticing, if we look back at the results from last year, there's 2 riders that have been on the podium before. Marshall Irwood from Invercargill, he won the silver medal last year in the under-19s. And then step up for Lucas Bimmy. He's riding for Pista Corsa. He was the bronze medal in the under-17s. So these 2 riders no doubt would like to be on the podium again. But when you look through the field, there's some pretty strong names there. I see the likes of Maui Morrison, he goes pretty well. Magnus Jemison. Oh, there's quite a few there. Quite a few riders. We'll just have to see what happens.
And sitting on the front of the grid there next to the Southlander is the man from Otago in the Mitre Q colours, James Gardner, transitioning into the track racing pretty well as well. Taking out the Omnium Championships recently in the 3-day event up in Cambridge. He's a great example of what we've talked about earlier today with riders contesting in a number of disciplines. Pretty handy sort of mountain biker, and of course he's won the Club Road Championships back in Hokitika as well. He's been a former under-17 road time trial champion as well. And of course a lot of these guys have got some pretty impressive looking resumes across the board, both in track and roads. So it should make for some fast and furious racing is what we would hope to expect, and what we typically do expect to see happen in the under-19s. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. The under-19 men away here for the 2023 National Criterium Championships right on 1 o'clock. We're right on schedule as we have been all day long. One of the bike Manawatu riders is struggling a wee bit getting the foot in at the start. Of course, no neutral start here for these riders. 30 minutes plus 2 laps is what's up for grabs for these riders today. And of course, Marty, 2 sprints, one at 10 minutes and again at 20 minutes with $100 apiece on offer for those riders first across the line.
Yes, you can take a bit of pocket money home, and you can also take away a national champions jersey. And the way it's gone today, Julian, is the the same rider has won the sprints if there's been more than one, and they've taken out the national champions jersey as well. So is that an indication of things to come? Well, we'll see, of course.
So we saw a good shot there with Gardner leading them down the back straights. And we look to pick them up coming up through the trees. The red colours out there, of course, today. Quite a few of those riders, the Southern Junior Development Team, based down in the South Otago region, out of Central Otago. A number of those riders, they've got some very good riders that could challenge for the title here today, like Sakata Gouchard, of course, the young man who's just recently signed up overseas. He's doing a bit of racing now, and that's with the likes of AGR Development Squad. So he's back here in the country to contest these Criterium Championships. And of course they got the man from Invercargill, Magnus Jameson, of course coming from my neck of the woods. I know he does pretty well. As you see, a great image coming up on the TV cameras. That looks like the way to get round the course. But Magnus, very quick indeed. He's taken out a number of junior titles, under 17s, and recently at the Southland Track Championships, Marty, very strong indeed. Took out to the prestigious Stuart McLean Memorial Kilo title, and a very good time indeed. So he's the sort of guy that will be sniffing around towards the finish here to try and take out a title.
Yeah, well, he sounds like the sort of guy that'll have a really strong kick at the end, Julian. There'll be some of those riders, that's the way they'll play it. They'll just ride and make sure that they are positioned well coming into the finish and then just out sprint the rest. And he sounds like he might be one like that.
And we mentioned the men in the reds, and we must have given them a bit of influence there as you see Gouchard towards the front, along with Pawson and the of course, colours there of the red, the blue and the whites colours. But yeah, Magnus, unfortunately last year, he'd be certainly wanting to redeem things there, unfortunately involved in a crash as an under 17 when they were riding these national championships in Christchurch. So, but he bounced back pretty quickly. He's had a good season, as a number of these guys have. But who have we got this time? As they head on through the Southern Development Team. Here they go, right at 2:09. Hugo Sinclair, not a surprise to see him off the front. This is the sort of effort that he would put into it, trying to force the hand of some of those individuals, some of those team centres out there today. And he's made some pressure put onto them. So quite a different approach, Marty, to what we've seen all day long here. When we did see a break happen, it was very late in the piece. We're only moments into it and already a break off the fronts.
Yeah, good to see. Different tactics from these boys. There's a little bit more testosterone around at this age group, Julian. But he's got quite a handy little break, and the bunch was also being led across by rider 207, and also from Auckland, and with the Pista Corsa colours on. That's Bernard Pawson. His dad, Tim, will be here. I think he's got another son racing in the elite men. So definitely a family affair for the Pawsons from Auckland.
And actually that's probably a good point to make, and that those who are new to the sport here, there's a lot of familiar names that come through over the years, and a lot of the fathers and mothers and that's competed at some to the highest levels, that's real championships, Olympics, etc., now in support of their siblings to contest these various national championships. And no doubt got plenty of advice as we see them swing round up onto the hill. They've shut it down a fair bit. It's Hugo Sinclair, the man still off the front there by about 15 metres currently on the bunch, and they're certainly not mucking around up that hill this time. Quite a difference in speed, as we would expect. Of course, the gears are getting larger now as they move up into this older age group, but you see they're a very competitive group. Great mates off the bike, but they love to go out there and throw it down against each other.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially in the under 19s. There's plenty of it goes on off the bike as well as on.
Oh, they love to talk it up. I can tell you that now as a coach of one of the under 19 riders. I can tell you the rubbish that gets spoken amongst them. The old social media, they love it. There's one of our commissaires, gets himself around on the scooter, on the course, bit of TV footage, set some prime time. Meanwhile, is it the same colours? It's certainly the same colours, and I think we still are the same rider. And that was interesting because they were closing that down, but he's opened it up again, Sinclair, and he's still got Pawson doing the chasing. Now, unfortunately, I would suggest at the moment, Pawson is going to have to make a decision pretty soon. Currently sitting in what we would call no man's land, so he has to decide whether or not can I shut this down, get myself with the man out in front, or is it a better move to sit up and come back to the bunch?
And there we get a good view of Marshall Irwood coming up in front of the bunch, just looking over his shoulder from Invercargill wearing the Southland colours. But it looks as though Hugo Sinclair, and we'll put the watch on him now, just see what sort of a lead he's got as he goes over the start-finish line. And then we think that this is Bernard Pawson coming through. Well, it certainly is. And he's sitting at 13 seconds. And then here comes the peloton, the bike Manawatu riders, looking to just ride off the front. And that is Joshua Mulcahy.
So riders, 27 seconds is the gap. Well, Marty, that's a decisive gap there early on. I know it's a long way up, but remember this is a criterium, out of sight, out of mind. That comes into play, and that's what no doubt Sinclair is hoping here will happen as he disappears around the corners. Here's Pawson in shot, coming down that descent as well. He seems to have settled down a little bit now. As he tries to find his legs, I'm sure he would appreciate if there was one or two riders here. As it looks like one of the bike Manawatu riders off the front, as we saw him just coming across the line a moment ago. But some strong riders sitting back here at this moment. But they put Gardner on the front, who I would suggest is probably one of the strongest out there. This is a guy who knows how to time trial. He's being picked up by the likes of the Mitre Q team, so the likes of James Canny and them with the New Zealand Cycle Project. They actually took him over last year, Marty, for a stint in the United States. They were over there for 3 months, and they brought him over for the last, I think was this the last race there. There's a bit of experience for the young man from Otago. He's based in Dunedin, works part-time at the bike shop there, and of course still at school, and does extremely well there as well. I see he's got some great results, but he certainly knows how to ride a bike. Very powerful guy, and that, but a great guy to talk to, and that enjoys his sport.
Yeah, good to hear stories like that about young riders getting a start. But those two riders in no man's land, Mulcahy and Pawson, they certainly don't look committed one way or the other, do they? Look committed to go to the front and join Hugo Sinclair, although they don't look committed to just sit up and go back to the bunch either. But as you say, there's a gap of 27 seconds. It is early in the race, but hey, it's a gap that's got to be closed down.
Well, that's right, and that's where a lot of decision-making has to happen. And of course, over the years, those who've been around the sport all know there's been times where the decision, when it was made, was far too late. So sometimes this takes a rider just to put their hand up and say, right, let's go. We've got to do this. We've got to get things moving here. And sometimes the quiet, the meek and mild one might just have to be the one who's got to be the authority in the bunch, as it looks like they have started to draw in one or two of those guys, but the man out in front still looking very comfortable with it at this point in time. And a lot of riders still following the same wheels, and that'll be interesting today because there are some well known for it. They will particularly like to ride other riders' races here, so they'll just follow certain wheels all day long in the hope that that is the right thing to do, and they'll bring them home. As our leader comes through once again. Give him plenty of support, folks. Sinclair going through. This is a great effort here. Whether or not he takes it or not doesn't really matter. He's certainly lighting up the race as he looks like he's the sole individual now off the front as the main bunch comes through. And we're ticking along, coming up towards 15 seconds on the riders. So 17 seconds, riders, 17 seconds to the fronts.
Well, that whistle is sprint next time across, and at the moment it looks as though $100 is going to go to Hugo Sinclair. But we will see. 17 seconds. Well, they've taken 10 seconds out of him. I think it was 27 seconds the lap before. So the bunch perhaps just starting to respond a little, but hey, he's really tapping out quite a nice even pace, this boy, isn't he? Really looking good.
Yeah, he's looking very controlled with the effort out there. You've got to do that, of course. You can't get too excited by the fact that, yes, I'm off the front here at a national title, and that he's just got himself into time trial mode, settled the heart rate down as much as you possibly can, and is now just riding a good rhythm. He would have done this time and time again in his efforts out in training, and that's what he's attempting to do here today. It'll be interesting, one or two, they'll be licking their lips a little bit, hoping to try and get that $100, so whether or not they'll try and suck him into the fold. Of course, they took 10 seconds out of him, as you said, Marty, in that last lap. Just shows you the difference, of course. It makes it sound pretty obvious, one rider versus 20 odds here, but of course, it requires the 20 to actually operate well together, but it does look like the time is coming down as Gardner leads them into it there. 14 seconds unofficially there is what we get them on the corner at the base of the hill. So it is slowly but surely coming down. Gardner to lead them up towards the top of the hill here. They've got Bike Manawatu up in the mix. Pista Corsa colours also up there. That could be the likes of Pawson being one of those riders that's riding in those particular colours here today, as is Zane Wiley, rider 224. We have about 21 starters, I think it might have been in the end. And that's 22 starters of the original 24 entries here at these National Criterium Championships. Special welcome once again to those who have just come online on our live streaming here in Palmerston North. As you see, coming into the picture now, up through the rise, there's the man still off in front, Marty. He's looking solid with it.
He sure is. He's going to get $100 for his effort so far. But, he is looking very composed. And they're busy sort of talking about, well, what are you going to do? No, you do it. No, what about you do it? And they're all looking over their shoulders a bit at the moment, aren't they? There's not much of an organised response in the peloton as yet.
No, Pista Corsa are the two riders at the front trying to shut things down a wee bit. But interesting to note, this man coming into play now, and the leader, two of his teammates sitting right towards the front, they won't be interested in trying to chase things down. They'll just upset things. There he goes, folks. Give him some support as he picks up $100 cash. As the next of the riders come on through. I think they're only paying out the first place, but here they go through, and the time is coming down. 8 seconds. 8 seconds now. So it shows you very quickly, as Zane Wiley, was the rider to lead the chase group through. On our man out in front, Hugo Sinclair, number 209, from the Southern Development team, down in the deep south in Central Otago. Remember, their riders based around to the Wanaka region, and they've got some Invercargill riders involved in their squad. Always well drilled, always have a plan of attack, and they're certainly rolling it out here today as Jones would have to look over the shoulder, could see them, but he's not going to give it up here because often have the sprint, sit up, and the gap will open.
Yes, how many times have we seen that? And I think at this point we've got to say it's great to see the number of people that have come up from the mainland, Julian, including yourself, to come up to Palmerston North for these championships. It's just great, and just of course with COVID and what have you, some of the events have sort of been a little bit restricted with people being able to travel. But of course we don't have that consideration now, but it certainly is great to see people coming up from the mainland into the Manawatu.
Now we've certainly got a good mix coming through the country here and be involved in this event, not only both on the bike but also the various volunteers, officials out there today, as the group continue to hold their own at about 8 or 9 seconds on the man out in front. Southland Irwood sitting up towards the front there, as was some of the bike Manawatu riders as well. Oxford Edge in there with Charlie Hegan, rider 212. He's had some pretty good form recently. Saw him in action again at the Canterbury Carnival just a couple of days ago. You've got a couple of Canterbury riders in there. McGrail, number 215. Out there, Te Awamutu, Cambridge, all represented. Jack Fellows there riding in the Copeland's colours, rider 218. And that development squad there. And of course a few of these riders in these teams, as part of their development in the sports, get an opportunity to experience what team riding is all about across the country. As the clock is on, it's only a few second gap in it. As they come up to the cones, and provisionally they're looking at about 11 odd seconds, 11 to 12 second gap. They can see him, but they're leaving him out there like the rabbit, just waiting to pounce here. They start to roll through. There's one or two riders that are different names starting to appear towards the front that we haven't seen much of, but certainly some still that haven't appeared whatsoever and are hiding further back in the field. But no doubt about the man out in front here, Marty, Hugo Sinclair. He continues to pound into it. Come on, folks, give him some support as he goes on through once again. He still has a good advantage here. This is a huge effort by the man.
So, Julian, it looks as though we've got Sam Wade, a local rider riding for West Coast North Island. He's at 7 seconds there, looking to get across. Maybe he's decided, well, I want to get out there and be part of the action with Hugo Sinclair. 15 seconds as the peloton goes across the start-finish.
All right, so mere 15 seconds in it. So it's seesawing a wee bit there between 10 to 15 seconds odd all the way through. So they've decided they're going to play this game at the moment and allow those sort of riders just to sit off the front. But of course, we have two individuals off the front at the moment. If they were to combine, it could be a whole different race. So that bunch are going to have to stay well awake to it there. Or you can see the grimace on the face. He is giving it absolutely everything, as we've seen time and time again with Hugo. That's what I love about the way he races, always keen to go off the front.
Yes, you got a bit of an indication there from that facial expression what was going into it. He was certainly looking pretty composed in the previous laps, but it might be just starting to hurt a little now.
Oh, I think certainly the old lactic acid will be burning through the legs as he approaches this particular point of the course, as the brakes go on a little bit. Up around the corner, we've got the clock running to see what sort of gap we got to the next man on the road. That's just about 4 seconds for him. And they could well combine. That could be a big difference in the race here in terms of the approach of these guys as they come up to the corner. And it's Gardner again. It's still hovering at 16 seconds. So 16 seconds and Gardner looking very composed. They'll know the sort of efforts they can do from their training of whether they can jump across that sort of a gap. But of course, when you go to do that, are you going to take other riders with you? That is the other question that will be running through their heads here. So some of them were getting a little bit nervous of the fact that this man has been out for as long as he has been so far in the race.
Yeah, well, who's going to close it down, of course? It's only 15 seconds, you might say, but hey, it's 15 seconds of effort, and that might be 15 seconds that some of these riders would prefer to use somewhere else.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what's going to be running through the minds of many a rider out here. And there'll be a bit of discussion, no doubt, about one or two of them as to what needs to happen. They might even start and have a few arguments amongst each other, in which case, this man we see on the screen now, Hugo Jones, will be more than happy. And here we go. So we've got the chases happening, and it's about 7-second gap there. And there are 2 riders now combined. So Pista Corsa, once again, being very prominent. They've been asked to make sure cover everything you can here today. They've gone off the front. The man on the West Coast, North Island, I was going to say in the colours, but not the traditional colours that we're expecting to typically see with Samuel Wade. So those 2 have combined. Now, if 2 of them can get themselves across to the man off the front, that will throw a whole new dimension in this race here with the trio. But meanwhile, it is still Jones out in front. He's just got a few seconds advantage. Here he goes through. And here come the chasers. They're at about 5 seconds odd. 10, 11 seconds. Here we go. Here comes the main bunch. Oh, they're only about 15 seconds still as the whistle goes for the next of the sprints.
Well, it looks like it was Lucas Bimmy that's got up there to join Sam Wade. Try and get across to Hugo Sinclair. The pace was up, but the gap really hasn't come down all that much between the riders out in the front and the chase.
No, very much holding its own here. But the 2 that are in the middle, they are making up a bit of grounds here on Hugo Jones, but it's a bit of an effort. It gives you an indication. There goes the main bunch. Marshall Irwood on the front for those guys as they head down the descent. Over the speed hump they go. They're busy looking at each other here. Very wary of the fact of what's going on. Bimmy, as you said, right up towards the front. Now, of course, he's a well-performed rider, both on track and road, and he's like a number of riders here who've just stepped up into first year under 19. So if you're new to the sport, they go in the under 15s, then up to under 17s, and when they move into under 19s, they have 2 years. Now, of course, a first year versus a second year can be quite a difference in terms of development, both physically and mentally. And so the first years will always be keen to try and show up those in the second year under 19 grade.
So Lucas Bimmy, wonder what's going through his mind. No stranger to the peloton, bronze medal in the under 17 last year. Trying to get across to the front. I'll just see what's happened down that hill, or up that incline down the back as they come up past the Vet Club. And they'll be coming into view shortly. Hugo Sinclair, can he hang on? Well, he's got a fair bit of hanging on to do if he is.
So the man out in front, can he double the money for the team pot here today? He's already got $100 in the back pocket. He'll be looking to try and double that here today in an effort off the front. Always good to be rewarded for the efforts going off the front, whether that is the likes of a KOM or a Sprint Ace Points or Monies. As we see now, though, it is a trio that have joined onto the front, and they are burying themselves to try and stay clear of the main group. And it looks like Pista Corsa towards the front of the main group, and behind them would be the likes of Marshall Irwoods. And you see Pista Corsa just floating around the front. They're not interested in chasing, of course, because that's one of the colours up the front. 5-second gap is all it is. With these trio, that's all they'll need. They don't have to win it by a great margin. They just need to win it. So they're just happy just to keep rolling and roll the dice.
Yeah, well, we're 20 minutes into the race. These 3 riders off the front in the peloton at 5 seconds. Be interesting to see what happens from here. Are they going to stretch that gap out? Well, it's looking like they might as they go across the start-finish line. It was 5 seconds, but it's, say, looking more like 10, possibly even 15.
So Samuel Wade taking out the sprint. Wasn't much of a sprint. So 9 seconds riders, 9-second gap. Yeah, they're waiting patiently. They're playing this interesting game. As we said, it can work, but it can also fall apart as well. But Samuel Wade's in those non-traditional West Coast North Island colours, and they're getting himself the first across the line. I think he was a bit surprised looking to see, I'm sure this is a sprint, but the other two weren't really too responsive. They're more than happy just to roll, and they're more importantly looking at the bigger picture to try and stay off the front. Speaking of which, look who's driving it down the back straight there, Hugo Sinclair. Well, I tell you what, if there was a most aggressive, a most combative of the day here for this particular race, Marty, it would be pretty easy for the judges.
Yes, I would say it's a great effort from him, and it's a bit of a cliche, but this boy's definitely not going to die wondering, that's for sure.
Without a doubt, he has gone off there for his team and tried to make life very tough back there in the bunch, and can well and truly put himself in position here to try and take a medal out as the three of them head on through. We'll try and pick up the other numbers there. The Pista Corsa could be Zane Wiley up there, 224. You've got Pawson also in those same colours as they head back up the hill, and you can see now and that there's a few riders just struggling a bit up the climb. Bit of a move goes around on the outside by one or two of them, but I think the fatigue factor is starting to play into part there for some riders as they hit that tough little climb each time on the circuit.
Well, all the riders you've spoken to, Julian, about that climb, once they've finished and you've interviewed the winners, they've all said how taxing or just how tough that little climb is. So pay not to underrate it as part of the course. It certainly seems to require some effort.
Yes, I guess the only good factor for a number of those riders who do struggle up it, they know if they can get over the top, even if they're off by a few metres, they've got a fast sort of descent down the front half of the circuit here to potentially get themselves back on. But of course, that seesawing action, as we see Gardner now make connection to the front of the race. And it is Gardner who's going to drive it on through. Now this is interesting here. This is a very strong rider, and 3 or 4 riders very quickly are starting to establish themselves onto the front here, and there's a bit of scrambling going on further back in the field as our trio have very quickly been sucked back into the fold. Now the big players want to come out and play here and try and drive things as we look to see a bit of an order, and half a dozen riders getting themselves established. It is Gardner on the front. This is a serious move here. Gardner is off the front as we see the likes of Marshall, Irwood and co go around the front. There's a few of the Southern Development riders also getting there. I think Magnus Jameson may well have been one of those. About 6 or 7 riders, I think, there, Marty.
Well, it's split the field right up, hasn't it, Julian? You've got Gardner really putting the hammer down. What a big, strong rider he looks. And then you've got 5 or 6 riders just in behind him. Then we're back to another small bunch, and then back to another small bunch after that. So the pressure's gone on, and it's really just, it's fractured the race at this stage.
It has absolutely exploded, as we expected Gardner to have a bit of a move. Now it's a bit of hesitation by 1 or 2. They wouldn't want to do that for too long here. They let Gardner get out a decent gap. We know this guy can time trial. As I said, he's a former national time trial road champion. We know he's getting better and better on the track. He's been working hard at it there, and I've seen his development there over the past 6 months in particular. Just took out the Omnium Championships only a few weeks there before Christmas, and is now trying to put himself in a position to take out another national title. It is Marshall Irwood who will lead the group through what is remainder of the group. There's about 10 or so of them now that are doing the chase up to James Gardner of Otago.
Yeah, this is a great move by Gardner. He's really putting the pressure on the rest of the guys, especially that bunch right behind him. He's asking him the question. Marshall Irwood, well, he obviously knows him pretty well. He'll be thinking to himself, well, I don't want to let him get away, but he's a powerful-looking rider, this James Gardner. Down from your part of the world, Julian, so you've seen quite a lot of him. You know him pretty well.
Yeah, James, a familiar figure down in Invercargill, as I said, both on the track and on the road. And I said, a very handy mountain biker as well. So he knows all the disciplines, and he just absolutely loves his bike racing. He's certainly one who will never walk away without trying. He'll always give it a crack. Very strong in the Younker Junior Tour late last year, as I said, getting that opportunity with the Mitre Q team. Well, his efforts overseas, but looks like they've brought him back into the fold. But oh, what have we got? Maybe a dozen riders tops remaining as the brakes go on a bit. Some of the Fruzio riders towards the front there. We've got Gardner still. We've got Marshall Irwoods. We've got the likes of one of the bike Manawatu guys there in the lime green colours as well.
Yeah, how long before he goes again though, Julian? I think we've seen perhaps an indication of the tactics that James Gardner is going to have this afternoon. But
yes, it'll be certainly interesting to pick up some of those names that have made that junction, because it certainly hurt a lot for a lot of those riders there, Marty, as we saw them chewing on the handlebars a little bit there as they tried to get themselves up and over. But now a bit of a quick recovery time as Gardner leads them through. The Southland next in line. There we go. Maui Morrison sitting there in the pista colours. He's third across there. Magnus Jameson in the red colours. Got a very good sprint on him indeed. So he knows the wheel of Gardner. He'll be looking out for a sprint finish.
Well, we've got 9 riders in that bunch with Gardner, then 2 other riders trying to get across, and then the rest of this field look to be just scrambling a bit at the back. Those 2 riders just off the front bunch, they may be able to get back on the descent. We might see some fireworks up this climb this time. So we've been racing for 26 minutes. Remember, it is 30 minutes plus 3 laps. So we're heading towards the business end.
We certainly are, and there's a number of riders still just hiding away in that particular group. Maui Morrison, well-performed bike rider. Again, another guy who's good across the disciplines. Silver medalist in the Madison, along with Marshall Irwoods. Magnus Jameson out there, he was with Bimmy, and that's they rode extremely well to take out the title in the Madison. So these guys, they know each other's strengths. They know each other inside out. And it's all about who can get the timing, who can get the jump on each other, who's got the legs on the day. A very competitive group. As I said, they're great mates both on and off the bike. But when they go out there to race, they certainly love to put it down hard.
Yeah, and I guess they've got to think about whether they do or not. But emotionally, you've got to have it all together too, especially when you're getting near this end. It's pretty easy to just sort of let your head drift a bit. If you do that, it could have dire consequences. So you have to keep your focus. You have to keep your feelings under control until you've gone over the finish line.
Well, of course, we are talking under 19. So, yes, the headspace, as the parents will know, and that no doubt the coaches, it can be all over the shop. And that's so let's see today who can keep it all together, as you said, both headspace-wise to make the right decisions, let alone physically, as we've got an unknown on the course coming up on the shot here. I'm not sure he's managed to get himself his mountain bike onto the circuits. The officials will probably try and pull him off, and that's because there's a bunch coming up behind. He's quite content. He's got his TV coverage here on the live stream.
He looks blissfully unaware, doesn't he? It's a lovely day. Oh, he's looking over his shoulder now.
Oh, this is my Sunday ride. No one ever told me anything about a national championships being ridden here. And here they come. Up through the top of the brow of the hill. It is the Southland colours up the front of there. Maui Morrison hovering around there in the Pista Corsa colours. Bike Manawatu heading out there on the fast side in the lime green. So now it looks like a bit of cat and mouse, but this is going to allow a number of riders to recover, Marty, and potentially set themselves up for a sprint finish. So guys who were fatiguing a wee bit here are actually getting an opportunity to get themselves back into play for the serious sharp end of the race.
Yes, they are, and it's pretty much all come back together, apart from a couple of riders that are, right off the back. It's for all intensive purposes, it's all back together.
As we see a bit of a shot of just those couple of riders who just struggled a little bit off the back. It's 2 laps to go next time for these riders. Here they come, folks. Oh, and we've got another hit off the front. So this could be a serious move. 2 laps to go, riders. 2 laps to go is rider 209. Hugo Sinclair's away. 2 laps to go, riders. 2 laps to go.
Well, it's that man Sinclair again. He's gone off the front. Oh, he's straight away. He's straight out to about 5 seconds. You really have to love the style of this guy.
I saw the faces on 1 or 2 there, and they were like, oh, we're a bit frustrated with that. This guy, the Dynamo, will not give up. And they're going to have to do some chasing, so that all of a sudden that has thrown the plans of 1 or 2, who were hoping that they potentially would just roll through with the bell next time to potentially take out this championship. But now they've been thrown all together and are going to have to do some chasing.
You'd have to say almost perfect timing. He's really put the cat amongst the pigeons for some of the riders, hasn't he? As you say, some were thinking they could just sit there and they'd fight it out at the end. But no, they've got to close this down first and then do the fighting if they get to him.
Absolutely. It's a bit like a handicap race, and it's where bunches don't work well together. They can talk it up all day long why they didn't win, but if they don't actually unite, forget about the colours on their back, and actually come together as one united group, as you said, to actually get themselves in a position to win first before being concerned about it by sitting back and talking about it. Here we go. Up the hill they go. Looks like one of those Frigio boys, I think it was, the colours are heading up the course there up the hill, putting a bit of pressure on. The Southern still hovering about in the mix there as well. Gardner's waiting a little bit further back, as is Magnus Jameson. Of course, like I said, Jameson, Marty, part of the same team, so he won't be doing any of the chasing. This is a nice setup for a man with him with the fast finish.
Yes, and it's been a pretty good ride really from Marshall Irwood so far. He's been present at the front of that peloton and keeping an eye on everything. Doesn't seem to have had to extend his hand too much to bring things back together. He's been pretty well positioned, and so has his teammate there, Jamison.
Yes, they're not too far away, folks, from coming through. Here we go, the motorbike. This time we should hear the bell, I should say. And then for the 1 lap to go, 2 kilometres. Hugo Jones, most combative of the day, if there was such a thing. The clock is running to see what sort of gap he's got. Oh, I tell you what, he's still got a decent one. The hesitation in the fields could be the difference here as he rolls through. And he's looking pretty smart with it there as the rest of the field, they start to work out, oh, wait a minute, that's one of his teammates on the front of our bunch. He's not going to be chasing. Some of them won't be aware of it, believe it or not, and that could be a difference in it as well to open up the gap even further.
Well, Marshall Irwood was just off the front of the peloton there. He's looking over his shoulders, seeing whether there's going to be a bit of a response. Of course, you don't want to write him off. He certainly would like to take it. And we've got a response here. Is this the man again, James Gardner, going to the front? Yes, it is. He's put the hammer down. And then behind him is Egata Trigger.
1 lap to go, and it's James Gardner that leads them on through. Money, did you pick up that second colour there? We're just trying to pick up the number.
Yeah, no, it was Eli Trigida, I think.
Eli, yes, he's a man based out of Queenstown. In fact, him and Marshall were out training just a few weeks ago together. They rode like a number of these riders from the Otago Southern region. Here we go, around the lakes of Wakatipu there. But now there are 3 riders off the front. And Eli is the man in second wheel. Marshall Irwood's on the front now, and they've got Gardner with them. There's a gap there of about 10 seconds. They all make their way around. Have they got enough here, though? Could we see the top 3 now with a gap to hold on to? Folks, if we could keep this area clear here for the commentary, please. The riders not too far away here as they're about to head up into the hill, when we still have, it's Gardner who leads them up, folks. Gardner from Marshall Irwood. Eli's next in line, but I tell you what, they're lining up only seconds behind the likes of Magnus Jameson, and they've made the connection here on the hill, and the brakes go on.
Oh, we want to see them come into the shot, Julian. What the heck is happening on that climb round the back? We've got those 3 guys out in front, but the peloton's looking to close them down as well. Eli. He is that third rider. Not quite sure how to say his surname there. Tradidja, I think, or something like that. But he's certainly making his presence felt. James Gardner and also Marshall Irwood. Those are the 3.
So we're only moments away from seeing them come over the brow of the hill. I would suggest it's either going to be a flyer coming up it there, or they're on the brakes here as they try and rearrange themselves. Here we go. The motorbike is coming into play here, but more importantly, we want to see the riders.
Just keep back, please, folks.
Only moments away. He's obviously taken off ahead of them a fair bit, the motorbike here, because here we go. The bunch is coming through. Marshall Irwood's along with Bike Manawatu. There we go. Maui Morrison, I think, making a move. He's pounding the big gears as they hit into it. Bike Manawatu tucked in behind him. Then we go to the Southland rider. Folks, can we step back, please? Here we go. They're going to come up round the corner. Well, Marty, we always knew under 19s were going to put on a fine show today.
And we're certainly going to see that in the finish. They're just going to come into view now. Can I see Marshall Irwood there at the front? There he is on the outside. Oh, we've got one of the Bike Manawatu riders in there.
It's Bike Manawatu. Maui Morrison, I think, will take it on out. Bike Manawatu. Then it might have been Marshall Irwood might have held on to the bronze medal, but Maui Morrison, I think, will push his way through here in the Pista Corsa colours. to take out the title. Even had time, Marty, to put the hand up in the air and take it on out there. We'll wait for the confirmation of it to go through. Wilson Hannon, I think the man in his bike Manawatu colours do come across in the second place there. And potentially Marshall Orwood into third, but we'll wait for confirmation from the judges. But Maui Morrison looks to be the man to take out the under-19 title.
Well, he had a pretty quiet race, really, in some ways, didn't he, Julian, Maui Morrison? But he knows how to finish. There's no doubt about that. Seen him at national schools events over the years, and he certainly finished well there, especially in the points race at Manfield. He's a great finisher, no doubt about Maui Morrison. We're waiting for confirmation, of course, but very strong ride, very strong finish from him in the end.
Yes, he's the man, of course, took out the National Secondary School Championships up this way late last year. As I said, recently silver medalist with Marshall Irwood in the Madison. Fourth in the Omnium, but he adds a national title here today. Man based out of Cambridge. We'll wait for the judges, though, to give us those confirmed results through. So, folks, we won't be too far away as the results are coming on over to us here. And the young lady standing in front of the camera might just want to move away from that area. Thank you.
Right. First, 217. Second, 211. Third, 204. And the sprints went 209 and 222.
So as we called it, folks, your top three through. Third place, Southland's Marshall Irwood. Second, Bike Manawatu with Wilson Hannon. And in first place, your 2023 champion, Maui Morrison.
So just revisiting that finish. That was a great finish by Wilson Hannon in second place there. He was the rider I actually had my eye on, thought that perhaps he may have taken it. But it was Maui Morrison, of course, from Cambridge, who came around the outside of him. So we can confirm that Hugo Sinclair, he won the first sprint at 10 minutes, $100 for him there. And Sam Wade at 20 minutes, he got the second sprint. So Julian will be looking to have a bit of a chat with, I would imagine, a very satisfied and excited Maui Morrison to take out the under-19 men's National Criterium Championship here in Palmerston North.
Yes, if Maui is about, please. Maui Morrison now to report to the finishing area for the interview. So Maui Morrison or one of his support team, if they can get him organised, please, and brought along to the finish area here. And I guess if we've also got available, wouldn't mind having a wee chat with a man we saw a lot of today as well there, Marty, if Hugo Sinclair, if he's floating about anywhere. Hugo Sinclair from the Southern Development team. If they could bring him along, we'll have a quick chat. We got Hugo, they might be just coming around for a lap, have they?
So our next race time to get underway at 2:15. That'll be the elite women. They'll be racing for 45 minutes plus 3 laps. So race time now just coming up to 20 to 2.
So here come a number of the riders now. They're just rolling on down. There's a bit of a time gap in between. Get rid of the old lactic acids. They put on a fine display of racing, folks, the under-19s. Would you put your hands together for them all? And your champion, Maui Morrison. And our champion about to join us here for a quick catch-up. Let him catch his breath. Well, here we are, joined by the new 2023 Criterium champion, Maui Morrison. You've got to be ecstatic with the way things went.
Yeah, pretty happy with that result. I wasn't expecting it 'cause legs weren't feeling too great beforehand, but not complaining.
Yeah, it certainly looked tough out there. That hill had a lot to play for people's legs.
Yeah, it did. I felt pretty good going up the hill. Not so much on the flat, but yeah, the hill was quite hard. If you come around the corner, big kick out, and then you go up a hill, so it can crack a lot of people.
And of course, you've got a number of riders like Sir Gardner, of course. When he put some pressure on the front, man, did that field explode.
Yeah, it did. We were all panicking, so he went off the front, hit us so fast, got a gap. We're like, oh, we need to go now, otherwise he's gone. So yeah, we keep them at bay, so happy with that.
And how was the field back in the bunch when Hugo Sinclair, not once but twice during the race, would call him the most combative of the day?
Yeah. The second time he went, I didn't realise it was only like 2 laps to go, so we kind of panicked a bit, but then James did the monster of a turn, so yeah, we got back on.
And we commented quite a bit here in the commentary. The under-19s, of course you guys are great mates off the bike and they get up to all sorts of things, but also do a lot of racing together both on the track, the mountain bike and the road.
Yeah, we do. All like good mates off the bike, but yeah, like first everyone, James mountain bikes with me, and then we're just at the track like a month ago, so good seeing everyone again and that.
And how special was it taking out, is it sunken in yet that you've just taken out a national Criterium title?
Yeah, still sinking in, Just ecstatic with that result, so just happy.
Well, folks, would you put your hands together? He is your 2023 Under-19 champion, Maui Morrison.
Oh, and a lot of support here for Maui Morrison, and that's just great to see. Look at that, mates getting around. It's a really great effort. Yeah, they're all talking it through there. And Julian, you've got Mr. Hugo Sinclair there, the most aggressive rider in this race. Be interesting to see what he's got to say.
Well, I was going to ask him what it's like back in the peloton, but of course you didn't spend a lot of time back there.
Yeah, no, I'm not a sprinter, so I decided to go hard, go early, and yeah, see what came of it.
I guess there must have been moments there where you thought, hey, I might actually get away with this here, because the gap opened to around 30 seconds at one stage.
Yeah, I had my coach yelling me time gaps, and it kept going out, and then it came back, and then it went out again. It was all over the place, and I mean, just kind of chasing the win if you can, and yeah.
And I guess for those, there's a lot of new people here at the sport today and watching on the live stream, and they won't understand necessarily the efforts that are required out there by yourself. It's a lot harder than being in a bunch rolling around.
Yeah, it was pretty much pure death the whole time, so I was, hammer time, yeah, it was really hard, yeah.
Well, thanks very much. As we said, if we had the most aggressive jersey of the day, that was easily going to go to you. Thanks for lighting up the race. Folks, would you put your hands together for Hugo Jones? All right, folks. Well, I think, Marty, we'll cross back over to the ad break and we'll bring you back in, folks. Is it 15:15 that we're going to be in action once again for the next couple of races for the elite women and the elite men, folks. We'll be back here in Palmerston North very shortly.
Like whoa, whoa, whoa. Like whoa. Like whoa. Like whoa. Like whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Like whoa.
Well, folks, we're pleased here to be joined by the defending champion of the elite women's event, Ellie Wollaston. Well, Ellie, thank you very much for joining us. And of course, you're coming off some pretty good sort of form over in Adelaide.
Yeah, no, it was a really great week. I went over with the Cycling New Zealand girls over to Adelaide for Tour Down Under and did a bit of track racing and a Criterium beforehand. And yeah, really surprised myself actually with some good form and got a win in the Criterium. So yeah, hopefully that form crosses over to today.
Now tell us, of course, Tour Down Under, it's synonymous with racing throughout the world, but now having that women's tour, there was a very, very strong field involved.
Yeah, there definitely was. I think now that it's Women's World Tour, it was a really great turnout of teams. I think it was, yeah, a very high calibre of riders and a great start to the year going over there.
And I guess conditions-wise, it might have been slightly a bit warmer over there, a bit more humid?
Yeah, maybe a little bit warmer than here. Yeah, we were racing, I think it was around 36 degrees most days when we were racing, so a lot of ice and a lot of water was going down that week. But yeah, it's nice to come back to slightly better conditions here.
Well, let's talk about today. I don't know if you've had a chance to see some of the racing that's happened so far. Have you had a chance to bit of a cruise around the circuits?
I haven't had a chance to cruise around. I'm hoping the first lap is a little bit tame so I can just get a feel of the course. But yeah, it looks like a really great course and some really good racing going on beforehand. The juniors have really gone stuck in, so yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to today.
Of course, you come in, as we said, defending champion. Does that put a bit of pressure on, or is that something you just take on board each time?
Yeah, at the end of the day, I think it's just another bike race. So yeah, just turn up, give it my best shot. I think it shouldn't really make a difference as to how I race today. So yeah, I'll just go out there and give it everything today and see what happens.
Well, thanks very much for joining us. We wish you all the best today.
Cool, thank you very much.
Thanks, Ellie. Well, folks, there you go, the defending champion. We're going to be seeing in action very shortly here for the elite woman. It's 45 minutes, and they've also got some 3 sprints involved as well. Belle Judd, Riley Ackroyd, Charlotte Clark, Bronnie Botha, Sammy Maxwell, Jessie Hodges, Emily Sherman and Lee Boone, all going to be out there around the circuits very shortly. And of course we get underway just around 20 minutes time. So we'll come back to you with the live streaming just a few moments before the starts of the Elite Women's National Criterium Champs.
1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. One, two. So riders, if we could have you off the track now, off the course now, thanks. So all riders off the course, and if we can have the senior women, the elite women, into the starting area, into the assembly area, please. A smallish field this afternoon, but a pretty strong field, you'd have to say, Julian. And just looking through the riders here: Ali Wollaston, Bill Judd, Riley Ackroyd, Charlotte Clark, Bryony Borter, Sammy Maxwell, Jesse Hodges, Emily Shearman, Lee Boone, and several of these riders have had international experience, Commonwealth Games experience, Olympic Games experience, World Championship experience.
You're right, Marty, and that, of course, adds to the flavour of not only the event, but also the approach that a number of these riders will take, because it is, of course, their full-time job, and that's riding their bikes, believe it or not, and then a number of them have just, as we just experienced, having a chat there with Ellie just before, just coming back from Australia and riding over there in the tour down under. These riders very much used to living out of the suitcase, if you like, as they travel not only throughout New Zealand, but across the world for their respective teams, whether that's the national team or, of course, their respective trade teams, and that's over the coming year. Another one got some big programs on the cards. A few of them, of course, heading away shortly as part of the endurance squad, the track squads. Going to be heading away overseas for a number of the World Cups to get involved in those ones in the likes of Jakarta, and then the other one in Egypt, in Cairo, which is an interesting place, I think, to head for racing. Not a velodrome that's been used a lot. It's only been built in the last couple of years, in fact. And the first international event it hosted was the Junior World Championships after there were a bit of a delay there with COVID impacts. It's some far-reaching places, some interesting places for these riders, Marty, at the international level in which they travel.
Yes, well, they get all around the world, really, don't they? Places, I mean, they get to South America, they ride in Colombia at Cali. That's been a pretty popular spot for track events at international levels, and of course Europe, and also in America as well. Just looking back at the field here, Ali Wollaston, she's got a strong pedigree, Julian. She's been sort of high profile through the age groups, etc. I can remember seeing her come to prominence when she was at St Peter's, Cambridge, riding at the schools track nationals, especially the race there at Manfield, that points race. Of course, you've been along to that, so you know what that's like, and I've got a feeling she may have won it there one year, but she certainly comes into this event with some good form, having just come back from Australia riding the women's tour down under, and the event that was the day before, I think, was the Criterium there, and she won that, so she comes into this event with some solid form.
No, absolutely, and I think that's a big advantage, being able to get some decent racing under the belts coming into something such as this. But of course, riders know how to prepare themselves well for all these respective events as we line up onto the start line. We'll be heading back over to the live stream in a moment to bring you this second to last event of the day here at these National Criterium Championships. Riders lining themselves up onto the line here in preparation for what will be another fantastic 45 minutes worth of racing. So welcome back to those joining us at the live stream here, getting footage of the final preparations for this Elite Women's Criterium Championship, which is going to be contested over 45 minutes. 3 sprints up for grabs, cash up for grabs there at 10 minutes, 20 minutes and 30. Wollaston, Judd, Ackroyd, Clark, both Maxwell, Hodges, Sherman and Boone, the riders that will be contesting for this particular title, the second to last race of the day here in Palmerston North at Massey University for these Elite Women's Criterium Championships. So they're away for a 2:15 start. 3:30 will be the Elite Men's. They'll also be racing over 45 minutes, and then we have our presentations around 4:30 this afternoon. Of course, the winner of each of these races will get over here for a catch-up afterwards, a bit of an interview to find out how they found the course out there, how things went for them. Had some great insights from a number of the riders so far today as part of these national championships. And what has been relatively ideal conditions here, Marty. It's the clouds are coming in a bit, but still quite warm for the riders.
Yeah, but not too warm, Julian. I think that's a big thing. It's very, very pleasant here, you'd have to say. It got a little bit warm, started to warm up there just a bit before lunch, but now the temperature just seems to have just dropped back a little bit, and it's very, very pleasant here. You can see Ellie Wollaston in that shot there. They're just cameras just zooming in on her with the blue and white top on there, just having a chat to the girl in the Bissell colours there. That's Emily Sherman. The two of them will know each other really well. She's in the red and white.
Yeah, real international amount of racing that's gone on between all these various riders, as we see both are there in the green monkey pink colours there today. Nice and easy to spot in the bunch. All looking sharp, ready to go for their distance. Of course, no neutral lap, just straight into it. And we're only moments away. They've been right on the mark here with the timing throughout the day. Steve Stannard and the team doing a great job. A lot of planning goes into an event such as this, as we spoke early on in the day, Marty, to ensure that we can bring a championship event of this calibre to Palmerston North. And I think the riders and supporters and sponsors alike will be very pleased with the way things have transpired today.
Yes, indeed they will have. The championships have run extremely smoothly, and it's a great compliment really to Steve Stannard and his team, because when the event starts, he gets to sit back a bit really, because all the hard work has gone in before to make it all happen. And of course race organisers, they know what it takes to bring things about. Steve Stannard been extremely busy because he had the gravel and tar happen just a couple of days ago, so it's been a very busy time for him. He might just be able to ease off in a couple of days and perhaps have a bit of R&R. Very much a strong cycling family, with his son Robert riding in the professional pro peloton for Phoenix Alpecin, I think is the name of the team. And also his daughter Elizabeth Stannard, she was riding over there in the Women's Tour Down Under as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's an international looking field here of strong standing Olympians, Commonwealth Games champions. They are underway for the Elite Women's Championship here for the Criteriums here in Palmerston North. And we're going to be treated to 45 minutes worth of racing. A reminder again, there are sprints at 10, 20 and 30 minutes here before we're determined to see who will take out the elite title here for the women. And again, it might be a small field here, Marty, but what a quality field we have. When you look down the resumes of these riders here, they've done a lot on the international stage.
Well, as we see them coming down here for the first time, they're not wasting any time, are they? They took off from the start line here, almost in single file. We've got Ellie Wollaston on the front. She's a New Zealand Olympian, performed extremely well on the track in team pursuit and individual pursuit. Of course, she's the individual pursuit world champion back in 2019. So as we mentioned before, very strong pedigree here, or lots of experience behind this woman, as you'd have to say about Bryony Borter and Emily Sherman as well. Two riders in the field from Waikato Bay of Plenty. There's one of them, the two of them both out the front there. They're Jessie Hodges and Lee Boone. Yeah,
so the field roll around, so we get a good shot of them going up the hill for the first time. Bit of twitching going on in the old necks as they have a bit of a look at the fronts, and there is a bit of move both on the outside and down on the inside here as well. So early on, riders trying to get themselves clear. Just test the legs out a wee bit. A few of them have done a few laps here as a bit of a warm-up, check out the course, got the inside running of what goes on and where things are. Whereas others haven't had much of a look around here. They'll just have to adjust as they go. Next shot we should see come into play will be the leading riders over the brow of the hill. You can see that in the shot here at the moment. It's amongst the cones. And here goes the motorbike leading them through. A bit of a gap back, of course, before we see the leading riders. So here they come. And looks like they're all quite content as they adjust to the speed humps. Of course, we mentioned those all day long. They're all throughout the course. A few of them have been removed, but these riders very quickly having to adjust, and it hasn't really been a big impact. I know one or two riders early on dropped their chains, but that's also something to do with the setup of the bike, unfortunately, not quite right, and it was going to be a speed hump. It'll be something else that would throw it.
So the rider in that last shot that was bringing them through, that's Sammy Maxwell riding for the NZMTB Racing. We're just waiting for them to come into shot now. We should be able to see them from our commentary position.
And here they come. George Jackson heading down on the footpath just alongside them there, getting prepared for the elite men's one. And I think good and steady here as they head through with Sammy Maxwell, as you said, Marty, leads them on through. But after a reasonably bit of pressure going on for the first half of the lap, things are just easing on off. We see them disappear down onto the bit of a descent. If you've just joined us live here today, welcome along to the streaming of today's events. And this is pretty much good recovery periods down through here if you have struggled a little bit on some of those, on that one particular climb. I'm talking to a number of the riders there. It's the fact that they lose a bit of speed as they have to put the brakes on going into it because of the traffic islands and then have to kick out of it. Certainly has played an effect in a negative way for some riders in terms of the fatigue factor, but it's Ellie Wollaston now on the front, as Marty mentioned. Of course, taking out the Criterium the day or two before the women's tour down under. Now Judd out there, Riley Ackroyd's riding for the Black Magic team. Of course, young lady from Southland riding in those particular colours. Former national track champion. She's medalled on the road in that as well. So some of these riders are moving up into the elite level, some of the under-23s. So we said that earlier on with the under-19, some in their first and second year. So again, some of these ladies here just stepping up now into the older age brackets to contest against what is a real quality looking field here. And of course, both are. And that's who was in outstanding form at the Commonwealth Games, if you remember, of course, taking out the likes of the individual pursuits and across the board was performing, getting medals, and not long after, even after injury and sickness, still secured a silver medal at the individual pursuits at the World Championship. So we know, Marty, she's one rider on her day, can certainly make life very tough for riders.
Yeah, she's a tough cookie, Julian. She went to the Olympics in 2020. She's a good mate of Emily Shearman's, who's out there as well. They've both ridden the team pursuit together. Emily Shearman's a team sprinter. Bryony Boat, as you've said, great individual pursuiter. So, you know, because a few of these women here have got a really strong background coming into this race. A good thing about a small field is we can get to know them as we watch them. There's the rider in the pink that we've just been talking about there, Bryony Borter, originally from Auckland.
Now, it looked like Ellie Wollaston was off there with one of the riders, I think, from Waikato. We'll pick that up as they come back through here in a moment. Open up a little bit of a gap as they kicked over the top of that rise. As we said, a few hundred odd metres. Makes life just tough enough, though. And that's, but they've managed to bring it back. So they'll just be testing the legs, seeing if they can stretch the rubber band a little bit, and eventually hope to try and snap it on one or two of them as they roll through. It is both of those that will bring them through this time. Jessie Hodge is tucked in behind them, and of course, as we've mentioned before, these riders know each other extremely well. As Marty has mentioned, a number of them have ridden through the junior ranks together, and of course involved in the endurance squads on the track for a number of years, and some very much still. That is one of their key focuses, using a lot of road events as part of their base, as part of their preparation for respective events, both nationally and internationally for them. So again, it can play at a bit of an advantage, knowing a lot of the strengths of each other. It also makes it a lot more challenging, of course, in which to try and steal the march on your fellow competitors when they do know exactly what you potentially could be thinking, how you might take advantage of the fields. So they've really got to dig deep to think strategically how they're going to take each other on when they do ride, often together both at a national team level and some of them as the same trade teams, and for such a long period of time now over the years. So a shot there, just coming into focus as we'll see the group come through, heading into that base of the hill once again, and the pace just being eased off slightly. It's like Sammy Maxwell's going to be the rider that's going to lead them up through there. Sherman's right up into the mix. Both are about 2/3 of the way back. Of course, for a few of these riders in here, great excitement to be able to know that you're lining up beside the calibre of riders that they have got here today. Not every day you get to ride against riders who have secured podium finishes, in particular a number of gold medals, as we said, at Commonwealth Games and World Championships and Olympics, etc. Then to actually experience that coming alongside each other will certainly be a great enticement, and I'm sure will also play on the nerves a wee bit for one or two riders at times as well, having to try and adjust to that fact that you have got such a high calibre of rider around you in the fields here today. So 3 riders just got a slight little bit of a gap as they crest the top of the hill, and it is once again Ali Wollaston that's gone onto the front. Both are in behind there. I think we might have Emily Sherman next. Not a huge gap, but it is certainly putting a bit of pressure on the field, as you can see in their faces, as they'll roll around into the finishing straight once again. So that is certainly being used as a bit of a test case for each of the laps to try and snap the legs of one or two. 45 minutes is a decent amount of time to be out there around this Criterium circuit as they come back down the finishing straight once again, and it looks like the defending champion is just going to keep pouring it on as they head into the sprint lap this time with a freewheeling over top of the speed humps, but they've come back into it. But those little surges over that hill, Marty, and that we've just seen again and again here, likes of our defending champion being one of those who's wanting to crack the whip a wee bit there and just see what sort of result she might get of it, what sort of pressure she's putting on the rest of the competitors.
Yes, and I like the way that pink jersey was stuck to her like glue, and you'll see that all day. Bryony Borter, she doesn't know the meaning of the term giving up. As we see the riders pace a bit off here as they're just coming down to the bottom corner. And we can see Emily Sherman there, the red and white, bringing them into that bottom corner. We'll see them do a hard left turn. And it's been interesting to hear what the riders, Julian, have had to say about this corner. It's not the sort of corner that you can go out really wide on and go screaming around at pace. You've just got to feather it a little as you come in, and then of course once you've gone round you're straight into that bit of a climb, so you certainly need to judge it well. And here we see Emily Sherman bringing them round. They're all in single file there. And one of the county's Manawatu riders at the back. There in the black with the red and blue stripe down her back. Thought we might get a little bit of coverage coming up the climb. There's been one or two drones around here, but we haven't seen any footage from them yet. I might be saving that hopefully maybe for the men's event. But there certainly seems to have been action and pressure go on in most of the races. And that's what the riders talk about. They say, oh, don't underestimate that climb. It's a little bit harder than you think. And the riders will just be approaching the Vet Club, which if you know the area here, at Massey University. We've got this ring road that goes right round the whole complex, and that's pretty much what we're holding the event on. Really good conditions, I have to say. There's a little bit of cloud cover. It's not too warm. In fact, it's very, very pleasant. Bit of a breeze just blowing down the finishing straight. And it's still Emily Shearman at the front. Brian Iborta there in the pink right behind her. So they're just looking around at each other at the moment. No one getting too excited. There's Sammy Maxwell there in the black, just to the left of Emily Shearman. Is this a sprint?
So the riders are going to be lining themselves up here for the first of these sprints. Of course, the cash is up for grabs. And Marty, of course, we know we've seen during the day quite often the winner of these sprints has also managed to take out the overall title. But that won't necessarily be the case here today that riders will be thinking like. So that as we line themselves up, it is the pink colours towards the front. But now a bit of a kick goes off the front of it there. And rider 54 will be the one that is Charlotte Clark. It looks like that'll get herself the $100 for herself there to put into the back pockets. And the Black Magic 54 going through. And that's and picking that up relatively easy. But you can see a number of riders just sitting back, not too interested in taking part in that particular sprint. They're thinking about further on into the race.
Yes, they will be. Brian Iborta there was right in behind Charlotte Clark. So there's a little bit of pocket money for Charlotte to take home. One of two riders here from Black Magic in the peloton.
You can see on the faces of one or two, just staying nice and composed and waiting patiently there. They've all got their plans coming into it, and we've talked about this before, where you come into a race with a plan, but of course those plans can change quite dramatically, and we know that the top bike riders in the world are the ones who can adjust to that very quickly, and if it's ever going to happen in a speedy manner, that would be a Criterium, which all sorts can occur. Regards how much you've checked out the course and think, you know, when all the moves are going to be made. But the gears are being pounded hard there by Wollaston, who kicks in hard into the corner and stretches it out. We can see the pink colours both are going forwards to get herself onto the wheel, and all this is hurting one or two here as they get out of the seat. The old lactic acid is burning through for a number of them. As Wollaston, along with both, are here now trying to stretch things out once again. Now, to be no doubt, Smarty, I wouldn't be surprised to see not only will she put the pressure on up the hill, but we shall kick it over the top and continue to keep it on. So far, it's just been a bit of a, we'll just give it a wee nudge and just see how the body reacts and how the rest of the riders react.
Yes, I think she's the form rider coming into this event, Julian. And Bryony Borta, well, regardless of her form, she's a fighter from beginning to end. And here we see her now. Oh, there's a little bit of a break here. Ali Wollaston, Bryony Borta. Just can't quite pick up that third rider.
I think that might be Maxwell, Sammy Maxwell. She was up the front early on in the piece there, so that's a fine ride by her to get herself across, and she's in pretty elite company.
So we might just get the top stopwatch out here and just see if we've how many seconds we have got. But she'll have a very professional approach to this race. I sometimes wonder whether, you know, riders with Ali Wollaston's experience, you know, they've won this event. She's the defending champion, and you could sort of let it get to your head a wee bit. Well, the pressure's on for me to defend it. But when you're professional, you've got to deal with all that sort of stuff. There's Borta, Wollaston, and as you've correctly called, Sammy Maxwell in there at third wheel.
Well, they're starting to open up a decent sort of a gap here. It's all up to the fields. About 5 or 6 seconds is the gap. One or two there looking, thinking, well, we can't wait all day long here. If no one's going to drive it, then one or two others have to come from the rear of the group. They were hoping that they were going to get dragged across there, but there wasn't so much pressure happening at the front of it there, so very quickly riders having to adjust. Meanwhile, out in front, Maxwell, she can't believe her luck. Well, it's not really luck. She's ridden extremely well-ridden ride here to get herself across here. and could be in a serious contention to start riding away here and put herself into medal contention.
Yes, Ali Wollaston and Bryony Bolter are both looking over their shoulders at her. I don't know whether they're saying to her, "Oh, if you want to be part of this, come through and take a turn." But Sammy Maxwell, she is just sitting in there behind there and just being part of it at the moment. Probably hasn't got the same experience as the other two riders, and she's there making the most of it.
Yeah, it was interesting seeing back in that main group the two riders in the same colours, the Black Magic riders, the likes of Riley Ackroyds and co, having to sit on the front and try and chase down. They've looked at each other, the rest of that group, and said, well, you two, you're all part of the same team. You can do the chasing and try and shut things on down here. So that'll be sucking a bit of energy out of them as they head up the hill, the chasers once again here now, and try and shut the gap down, which is starting to open up as these three, every pedal stroke that they get to stay out in front, they'll start to feel more confident and start to settle into a decent sort of a rhythm, ride themselves in, if you like, in this 45-minute distance. We'll make out a bit of a time check for you as they hit the top of the brow of the hill here shortly. As you can see the footage showing you the cones where they'll be coming into very shortly here. So the motorbike makes its appearance at the front of the race. So we're only seconds away from seeing this lead group of three. Or have they been chased down up the rise here? But no, it looks like it. It is still very much the three of them. And Maxwell on the front. The clock is running. Currently up to 5 seconds, and we haven't seen them. Here they now start to come into play. We'll look at about just a nudge over 8 seconds is the gap. As the Waikato rider tries to drag the field on through here. But Maxwell, the rider that's the leads the likes of Wollaston, the likes of Bolter there. They are the three that are out in front, trying to, every pedal stroke, open up a gap. It's only at 8 seconds at the moment. As we said earlier today, that's all you need to try and take out a title here in the Criterium.
Well, they've dropped Maxwell by the look of it. Yeah, well done to her. She hung in there for as long as she could. And they get the whistle this time. They'll be sprinting for $100 next time across. So well done to a young rider there, Sammy Maxwell. She's sitting there at about 8 or 9 seconds. And these guys are around 13.
Yeah, Val Judd sitting second wheel, going through there for this elite title in the second group. Chasing along the Epsom girls rider, black and in the black and white sort of colours. Of course, you got the likes of Charlotte Clark, Jessie Hodges, Emily Sherman, Lee Boone out there in the mix there with them as well. All trying to ensure that they can pull back this leading pairing now. But you're right, that was a great ride by Maxwell to try and hold it there with the two riders who, in essence, ride their bikes full time. So, well, they do, and that's always a bit of a challenge to try and contest. But we can see down the back straight, down the descent they go. And like Siv Ackroyd and co are up towards the front of the group, trying to drive things as we see into the picture now. Wollaston once again. We'll bring the pink colours of both through. The clock is running at the base of the hill for us now as we look to see what sort of time gap. It was 8 seconds earlier. Now we're down to two riders. Oh, it's opening up, folks. As the camera pans back, there is no sign. Now they eventually come on in. It's at least doubled in size as they come through. 18 seconds. So 18 seconds to our leading two riders here. So early on in the race, Marty. It's a long way, 45 minutes, but of course these are two very, very good riders who should have the strength to be able to do so if there was ever going to be riders to do it.
Yes, I think we might just possibly see these two lap it out, Julian. Really, the gauntlet, if you like, has been thrown down to the peloton behind them. You know, if you want to be part of this, you're going to have to catch us. We're pretty strong, and we're going to get out there in front, and we're just going to keep powering it along. So come across and join us if you can. I think that will be what we'll see for the next few laps anyway.
Of course, let's not forget the two out in front have both experienced the top of the podium when it's come to individual pursuits, teams pursuit riding here. So this is their bread and butter. They'll be quite content as much as you can do to put yourself in the old pain box here for 45 minutes, but the two of them are doing a good job of it here at the moment. As we go through the vet's parking area, the vet corner, about 450 metres odd out here from the finishing area. We look to it. Here comes the chasing peloton, who are looking a little bit dejected. Now close to 21 seconds the gap. And of course, looking at there, Sammy Maxwell, well, she's already done a big effort on the front. They've actually placed her on the front. Well, that's a bit unfair. But now we see one of the Waikato riders gets a bit of a kick off the outside of them there and is trying to make her bid to get across as we'll run the clocks here to the line. Get in behind them, folks, your two New Zealand representatives. Come on through. Both and the defending champion, Ali Wollaston, going head for heads here at these New Zealand Criterium Championships.
Well, they've both had experience at individual pursuits and team pursuit, and they just look so composed and strong, really, and comfortable as they went past us.
So 19 seconds as they go through, and it's Lee Boone and the Waikato colours that will lead them through this time. And of course, all those sprints up for grabs as well. They pick up $100 each time. But the two out in front, all they're concerned about now is they want that title. They want to be able to, obviously, pick up not only the gold medal, but the national jersey as well, and they'll be able to take that overseas for themselves and show it off proudly. As we see here, a great shot of the group appearing, disappearing off up to a bit of an incline as the rest come flying on down towards them. So they're not quite out of sight, out of mind on certain aspects of the course, but other parts of it, very difficult for the chasers to actually see them in action. And it's constant about who's going to lead them through into that hill. The defending champion Wollaston once again does it. They seem to have got it sorted as in terms of who's doing which part of the course. And the clock is running, but we've switched away from the hill, so unfortunately I'm not sure if we're going to get a time check for you this time. Sitting around that 20-odd seconds. So it looks like we're going to have to restart it again at the top of the rise, unfortunately, there, and we'll see what happens. Oh, there they go through. So I would have said, yeah, well over, probably about 27 seconds would be the gap there, as we continue to count in our heads. That would be the gap, so it continues to open up, folks. Lead two out in front they've hit their straps now, they're into their workloads. They know what's expected of them here today.
Well, if these two should stay out in front and just contest the championship, Julian, who's got the better sprint?
Oh, the tough question indeed, because I mean we know that these two here have got outstanding resume of racing over the last few seasons, let alone the last few months, in fact, for the two of them. But I'm sure Wollaston would love to take two times over here the title, but as we've seen with both of there, she's had past 12 months, she has well and truly come into her own at the international level, so it's a hard one to pick. Here we go, coming up to another splits. Oh, it's about close on 34 seconds, folks. And it looks a bit dejected back in the field. I think that would be the best way to describe it there, Marty. The heads are bowed. They are not looking happy.
Yes, they're possibly thinking about the bronze medal at this stage, Julian, and it's a little bit early perhaps to be thinking about that, but that's the look they've got about them at the moment. Nobody seems motivated, really, I suppose is the word, to say, well, righto, we've left these two out in front, let's go out and see what we can do and make a race of it. They've got two very strong riders out in front, though. That's you'd have to say that.
I think it's a good word that you use, the whole motivation. Of course, as we've mentioned time and time again, out of sight, out of mind, which is where they are now, the motivation very quickly dwindles. And it's amazing the mind games that go on, and that's with riders. So riders, it's approximately 34-second gap, 34 seconds.
So that's Lee Boone leading them over, and then we could see Emily Sherman just off to the side of her. And Sammy Maxwell, sometimes she's at the back of the group, sometimes she's at the front. But it's certainly been a pretty courageous sort of a ride by her. I just get the feeling that she's possibly fairly new to an event at this level, but she's certainly making the most of it.
She is indeed, as is to the two out in front, and a bit of a switch around this time at the base of the hill as both are now in the hot pink colours goes through. And now we have the clock running as we see them flying down the descenter here. A little bit more energy, but of course they've got this descent which they can use as a bit of recovery mode as well. The clock is ticking. We're currently at 15 seconds as they head down towards the base to try and start picking up a bit of time on these two out in front. And we're approaching 25 seconds and still no sign of them on the TV screens. Now at 30. So these two do continue to open it on up here and still no sign of them as we approach 35-second gap. We could be starting to head closer to the minutes mark as they come up onto the bends and turn now at 44 seconds, folks. 44 seconds is the gap. So it continues to open for our two leaders. Palmerston both are here, and but 44 seconds, Marty. That's certainly those two riders will be pleased to hear that gap opening, but it'll be pretty tough on the old mindset of the chasing group.
Yes, and we saw Emily Shearman going into that bottom corner, Julian. She's a pretty experienced rider herself. She knows the two riders out in front pretty well. I'm just wondering as she shot into that bottom corner and started to go up the climb there saying, well, hey, this is enough. She's been pretty quiet, really. Maybe she's decided it's enough and it's time to bring these guys back. They'll have their work cut out for them, no doubt about that. Yeah, timing is all important when it comes to the cycling, as we well know. But if you're going to try and shut down that sort of gap, you've really got to time it to perfection, know how the body's feeling. For some of these riders, they'll go through all sorts of feelings throughout the race. There'll be times where every one of them where they won't be feeling overly flash, but other times they're feeling outstanding. And that will be required, of course, I think, for anyone in that chasing bunch as we see our lead two riders, folks. Here they come. The New Zealand representatives make their way through. 44 seconds, ladies. 44 seconds is the gap, but I would suggest it's probably going to open up even further as we see now over the brow of the hill with the vet corner comes the chasing group. We're starting to look at each other. Not too happy, one or two. Maxwell again. She gets out of the seat to do the Fred Astaire and try and stir things up a wee bit. She certainly continues to try and make life hard for some of the other riders. She's not giving up whatsoever as the clock is running. Currently it's sitting at 30 seconds. Will we see it starting to very quickly start to approach a minute as we see on the back straight now. The two leading riders descending, and here come the chasers. They've come up to 40 seconds. Time they hit here, they're going to be close on 50 seconds as they go through. 48 seconds, riders. 48 seconds is the gap. Well, it's gone out even more, Julian, and those two riders out in front as they passed us over the start-finish line. They look like a two-up team pursuit, really, don't they? They're just lapping it out, so smooth and so much control. So the pit area getting a bit of a workout here. This is Riley Ackroyd of Southlands. They're doing a full bike changeover. You can see the guy in the fluoro vest. That's the commissaire. Just taking note, making sure everything is legal here with the change. No one's just having a break. But she's obviously got some sort of mechanical, something not happy with the bike. She made indications to the team manager going on through. Let them know. And they've got the bike all prepped and ready to go. So they have a lap to get themselves organised. And now we'll get organised and ready to go. So it gives a bit of a time for the team manager to have a quick conversation. Let them know what's happening, because of course they've been out of sight, out of mind for quite some time here, Marty, because we know a number of these riders have got support crews dotted right around the course, calling out times, giving them a bit of encouragement and a bit of advice. Yes, and that's such important information to have in an event like this, especially when they're out of sight, out of mind. There's the riders going around the bottom corner. Looks like a bit more activity from the bunch this time. One of the Black Magic riders that was taking them through there. Yeah, they're out of the seat, just starting to pour it on a little bit there, but it's a big gap opening up here. And it's a second to last event of the day. Those of you joining us live on the live streaming just now, welcome along. This is the second to last event of the day, the Elite Women's title. If you haven't been in tune with us here, you've certainly joined in with a fantastic race now with the two leaders just coming into play, with Ali Wollaston, the defending champion, in the colours and the pink colours there. Brian Botha, they are the two leaders about to come down the finishing straight of a 2K circuit here in Palmerston North and Massey University. They've made their way over the top of the rise. They currently have at least 45 seconds odd gap on the chasing peloton. And here they come.
back down. They have a bit of a chat to each other. They know they've got a decisive gap here. At the time, well and truly running here for these riders who've got over 3/4 of a minute on the chasing bunch. And here comes the bunch. Again, not a lot of pace now. They've eased back off on the hill once again. And the riders just getting themselves off into a single file. Everyone looking relatively relaxed, composed. As you said, Marty, could well be starting to seriously think that today might just be that bronze medal, but I'm not saying it might just be that. It's still a podium, and they'll be keen to try and secure it.
Yes, and so they should be. That's what they're here for. But these two, it's pretty hard to just sort of determine who is the stronger of the two. We've got the watch running, and here is the peloton. Going to just go over the start-finish line. And so the gap's now 53 seconds, so we're approaching a minute. It's I think the race is up the road on this one, Julian.
Yeah, it's certainly looking that way at this point in time, Marty. Now just a mention here for the elite men's Liam Purdy. Liam Purdy, if he's about, or if someone knows if he is a scratching, please. They please inform the officials over at the Massey University Mobile Lab, the blue one where the sign-in is. So Liam Purdy, please, or if someone is aware if he is a scratching. So you can see in the footage there, that's Riley Ackroyd there for the Black Magic team, rider based in Invercargill, being just got herself a bike change and now is going to rejoin the group of which she came out of. And we'll now see in a few moments' time the leading pair come through. But that time, certainly Marty is making it look seriously like these two are going to be battling it out to take this national title and ultimately get that jersey here at 4:30 this afternoon when we do the presentations.
So, Julian, if you were one of those riders out in the front at the moment, what would be going through your mind?
Oh, it'd be great excitement, of course, thinking all this. We've potentially eliminated the field, but still a lot of concentration on, given that you know who you're up against as well. So I'm sure the two of them, it's running through their minds constantly about the ways in which they can try and outdo each other, because these two, as we know, and they have ridden in teams together for a long time now, both on the track and on the road, so they know the strengths of each other here. So they'll be trying to think, well, how can I outfox my opposition here? We're great mates off the bikes, but we're here to win a national title. So, yeah, the brain will be in overdrive, I would suggest, Marty, in terms of trying to how to work out how to do that without, of course, losing the opportunity and slowing up too much with a bit of cat and mouse later on the race, no doubt, that we can allow the others back into the race.
Yes, and at all the time just keeping those emotions under control. And both of these riders will have had a fair bit of experience at being able to do that, I'm sure.
So Wollaston comes on through as they steadily just make their way through into a nice little wee rhythm here, the two of them. They're just keeping things nice, cool, calm and collected. They don't need to panic, whereas this group here, some sort of switch needs to go on, I would suggest, if they wanted to take this title out. And again, we see Sammy Maxwell doing a power of work on the fronts. Certainly, again, we've mentioned if you're going to add most aggressive, combative, and then she would be a really good contender as well with her efforts early on going away with these two New Zealand representatives. So down the descent they go over the speed humps, and there hasn't been an issue at all here today, as I said, for these riders. And as you can see, Ellie did just freewheeling it a wee bit there, using that as an opportunity just to catch the breath, recover, and know full well that we'll put the energies into the ascent.
Well, we've got the peloton approaching the start-finish line now, and so it's going to be just a whisker over a minute now. 1 minute 1, 1 minute 2.
So it continues to open up every single lap, and now it's certainly doing that, because we can now see in the footage here on the live stream the two riders have just reached the base of the hill. So I don't know, Marty, but would we suggest here there could even be a capture of the main group, because they are certainly starting to make some inroads, and here the two of them, and they're just doing it at a good steady rate. But if the group that's chasing continue just to roll together as a group here, it could see the other two coming very quickly up behind them.
Well, they could. I was just thinking about that, Julian. They must be closer chasing the peloton than the peloton is chasing them. From the shots that we've seen here, they're going around that bottom corner now before we see the bunch coming over the start-finish line. So, yeah, I think that's where it's at. So they're just continuing to just steadily go away from this group.
No, it's very much the case here, folks, as we come to the sharper end of the race. The clock is ticking along, of course, 45 minutes for these riders here, and then they'll bring the lap board out for them. Now, second to last race here of these New Zealand Criterium Championships. You joined us live now. You're here for the Elite Criterium Women's Championship, and it is Sammy Maxwell in the chasing group who leads them up the hill for another time, but on the front, in the pink, is both the gold medalists from the Commonwealth Games.
Yes, here they come again, those two, Wollaston, Borta, and Sammy Maxwell really making a name for herself. It's not a rider I've actually heard of, not even sure what part of the country she comes from, but she's certainly making her presence felt. If there's somebody nearby that does know where she comes from, perhaps they could just let us know.
And let's not forget, of course, and that there is some strong contenders back in that second group. You've got Lee Boone, Emily Sherman, of course, Jessie Hodges. We've mentioned Maxwell a number of times, Charlotte Clark, Riley Ackroyd, and Belle Judd, all making up a large group there doing the chase. But here are our leaders, folks. The clock starts once again. Last time through, they were just over a minute as they freewheel over the Judderbud once again. And let's see who's going to be leading them through next time. Here they go, up towards the top of the crest of the hill here. And still just riding pretty smoothly as a group. Very much, as we've said time and time again, now looking like they are out for the rides here for the bronze medal. Clock is ticking along. Already reaching at 30 seconds as the leaders now begin their descent down the back straights here of the roads inside the Massey University here in Palmerston North. A special welcome to all our international viewers here today on the live streaming. A number of people from around the world are now tuning in to experience this New Zealand Criterium Championships here in the North Island in Palmerston North. Of course, where a lot of the elite men have just contested recently in the gravel and tar races. We're just over a minute still. So about a minute 4 riders. Minute 4 is the gap.
And Sammy Maxwell leading them across. Well, we understand that she's a mountain biker. Rider that, well, quite a few of the riders we've been talking about today, Julian, have been entered or involved in several disciplines. And Sammy Maxwell is another, and it's doing her well today.
Yeah, the multidiscipline events that these riders all contest, and we've mentioned throughout the day here, and of course coming up shortly with the elite men, none more so than when you likes of silver medalists from Common Games. In Oliver, man, he took out the bronze and a silver in the Criterium in the past, and today looking to try and add the gold to the collection. Meanwhile, in the elite women's event though, here are the chasers once again. It looks like a little bit more pressure starting to go on as they make their way down the descent. As the cameras now, there's a number of them. There's about 3 or 4 out there along with the drones, giving us this live streaming here today in Palmerston North for these Cycling New Zealand National Criterium Championships. Our 2 leaders looking in control as they make their way up towards the crest of the hill once again. And it's Wollaston that will come out of the coned off area. And leading both of them in the pink as the remaining riders now make their way up from the base of the hill. That gives you a bit of an idea. So I think they have shut it down slightly, Marty, in that last lap to try and get themselves in contention for a gold medal.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the watchers got to say as they go across the start-finish line, whether it has gone out or whether it's coming back. But I think you're right. I think they have decided to respond. Have they got enough time? Probably not. But anyway, there's still a place on the podium that's up for grabs for those riders in the chasing bunch.
Yes, so we go back to the start, of course, at 2:15. So it's now coming up to 5 to 3. They're riding for 45 minutes and a few laps as our leading pair go through. Come on, folks, get in behind them. They've been out there all day. The 2 New Zealand representatives, 2 internationals are here. We're looking serious contention to take out this title. It's just a matter of who it's going to be, and we're only minutes away from finding that out. as we scan back on the TV screens, looking down this finishing straight to see who will be the group that's going to come on through. They're all still well and truly together. Maxwell in the black colours with the blue on the sleeves there, moves herself towards the front. Bit of a conversation between one or two of them. A couple of the Waikato riders in there, likes of the Lee Boone there, number 59, sitting back in the group. Meanwhile, our two leaders head back down the descent. They've done this time and time again. They've got their lines all sorted well and truly, and a good opportunity to do so. That'll be part of their intent as they come through each time. The two of them will be looking to the angles of the road. They'll be looking at the movement to where to place their bike, potentially for a sprint finish between the two. Of course, they may well attack each other yet, so don't count that out as a particular action between them. Coming up over a minute 10 now for the riders, and we're going to be probably closer to a minute 15. There it goes. A minute 17, riders. 1 minute 17 is the gap.
Well, that gap is still continuing to grow, isn't it? And you just sense that the motivation really for the peloton is not to get to the front of the race. I think that's been reasonably clear to us watching for a wee while, but perhaps they're just racing for the bronze medal. The interest, I think, is at the front, and that's who's going to win out of Ali Wollaston and Brian Ebota. Will one attack the other, or will it come down to a two-up sprint when they hit the finish line? They can't be too far away from getting 3 laps to go, the two riders out in front. So it's 45 minutes plus 3 laps, so that'll be around 3 o'clock. Of course, the timekeepers know all about that. That's their job. So perhaps we might see the lap board go out next time.
Of course, number 57, Jessie Hodges, in that chasing group. We saw her pretty prominent towards the front of the group as our two leaders come over the top of the hill once again. So Jessie, latecomer to the sport, was an up-and-comer netballer. Had a serious injury that sidelined her, and as part of her long recovery, she got on the bike and, well, has never looked back ever since. Of course, taking out the Omnium Championships back 2020 in the Waikato colours today, and has medalled a number of times, some 4 World Cups in her first year of international racing. So, as we said, it might be a small group overall in terms of contesting the medals here today, but the calibre of rider certainly couldn't be questioned here in Palmerston North for these elite women's Criterium Championships. And the clocks will start to run very shortly as we see our leading two going through. Both that brings them through. Minute 17 last time through, ladies. Minute 17 the gap.
Well, just looking at those two go past, Julian, just looking at their body language, there is no indication at all who's got the upper hand on who. They both look very composed, very controlled. Neither of them really look to be giving away anything to the other. I guess they've possibly had a fair bit of experience being in a situation like this. But if you're just watching and trying to say, well, this rider looks stronger than that one, you'd have some real difficulty at the moment.
Yeah, I think it would be fair to say a really good bike rider would be a very good poker player, because they'll hold a very good poker face, but a smile, bit of laughter actually between the two of them now. As we say, the poker faces, the smiles break out, the two of them. I think you've recognised the fact that, hey, actually, I think we've got this under control now. Now let's just go head-to-heads as they head down the back straights. It's, yes, you're right, though, in terms of the faces staying nice and composed, not giving anything away, and I think it's a name that springs to mind for me over the years would be the likes of 8-time Tour of Southland champion, Olympian, Commonwealth Games medalist Brian Fowler. A man that never gave anything away, and the riders never knew exactly how he was feeling, but certainly had the professionalism to make sure the riders had no idea what was going through his head as we head back through. 1 minute 20, riders, 1 minute 20. So yes, there's a lot. You can have the fast legs, but you've also got to play the poker face. You've got to work out the correct tactics. You've got to know how to position yourself. You've got to have the confidence in yourself, ultimately, to take on these sorts of races as well. So you get the right mix of it there for a rider, then you've got a champion. And two champions out in front, that's for sure, at this point in time. And it's going to be a hard one to call. Who's got the legs on them here. Because, of course, there'll be at different phases in their training, of course, as well, Marty. As we know, as we said before, with Ellie having that conversation early on with the interview, just coming off the racing over in Australia. And now you've got both are out there who's in preparation for a lot of her track racing as well for those international meets coming up shortly.
Yes, well, both riders have tended to focus more on the endurance events on the track rather than the sprint ones. So there's not one particular rider that seems to have an advantage from an experience point of view and the other from the sort of events that they've ridden in. They both ride in very similar events.
Yes, well, Tour Down Under, great example. The two of them over there are racing, and that's in Australia around Adelaide, in very hot, humid conditions. But it's obviously worked to their favour because they've still got the legs. Because the way the body can react after a multi-stage event can be different for riders. Some will struggle a little bit, and it takes a bit to bounce back. Whereas others, it just leads to more strength to strength, and they get better and better as they go. And here they go, our two leaders coming up around into the finishing corner. Both are there in the pink colours, we've said time and time again. She'll come through. We'll start the clocks on them once again for these riders. Well over a minute, though, is the gap for these two leaders.
So they got the 3 to go, Julian, 3 laps to go. So we're inside the 3-lap countdown for the finish of the race. Both riders looking very composed, as we've been saying all along. Even had a chance to have a bit of a laugh down the back straight there. Oh, it'd be great to know what they were saying to each other.
Of course, both riders got plenty of support here for them today, making sure that they get a lot of encouragement out there, but I guess they'll be chewing the nails a little bit. The family members, the support crew, as to who's going to take it out as we get a good shot further on back. And again, no surprise, Sammy Maxwell on the front once again as they line themselves up here, knowing full well they're in it here for the bronze medal. So who will be that third rider? A number of them have got good sprints on them to try and secure that, and some of those younger ones who have just stepped up into the elite levels will be very keen to try and get themselves onto the podium. Meanwhile, our two leaders, they go into the corner.
Oh, just a couple of metres there as Brian Iborta come through that corner. But Ali Wollaston straight back onto the wheel. Might have been just a slight difference in line or speed going into that corner. 1 minute 30.
So Shearman there in the red and white colours, number 58. Team Sprinter, Team Pursuiter, Commonwealth Games. She's done it all. She'll be a strong contender for that potential bronze medal there when they'll come through that finishing straights. Of course, they've got a lot more to think about in terms of what could happen, given the number of riders involved that could be contesting that sprint finish. I think it'll be all on for them when they go up the hill the last time, if not earlier. And they now make their way down the back straights. And there's one of the right Waikato colours now starting to make themselves prominent towards the front. A couple of them, of course, in those particular colours. There's Shearman there in that red and white colours. Ackroyd moving up into the middle of the group. But here's our lead two. You know, full well they've got only one thing to concentrate on, and that is their opposition right there. That one other rider to try and take it off. Well, Marty, I know you've asked me the tough question, but how about your pick? How do you think this might play out?
Yes, it's an interesting one, Julian, that's for sure. Thank you for putting me on the spot. Yeah, it's pretty hard to call, really. They've got two very competent, capable, strong and experienced bike riders out there in front. So, yeah, how do you separate them? Well, I think I'll respond by saying, well, let them do the talking, eh?
Are you part politician? Good answer. Here we go, folks. They're coming through. A few laps to go. 2 laps to go, riders. 2 laps to go. No, I'd have to agree, Marty. It's very hard to define, really, and that's between the two of them. I think it really will be who's bounced back the best from the Adelaide racing. Of course, that was tough conditions in that there, but I don't know if you caught much of that racing, but it was some very good stages, some tough climbs. And, of course, as we've mentioned, Ellie Wollaston taking out the crit that began the whole week's proceedings.
Well, you know, to try and separate them somehow, Wollaston certainly comes in to this particular event. In the last week or two, she's had some top-level racing. There's no doubt about that. But just when you look at the two of them, you just can't really see anything that separates them. One's, you look at both their faces, they both look composed. One's not looking more pained than the other. One's not looking under more stress than the other. So, you know, go figure, folks.
And a great shot back there in the chasing group. And again, it is Sammy Maxwell. It might be a little bit of inexperience, but she's doing a lot of work on the front, and she's trying to put a bit of pressure on them. But they're not giving it away, those riders. They're just going to sit on her there, allow her to do so. Meanwhile, our leading two riders come into the corner. The clock begins to see what sort of a gap we're going to have there. It's been about a minute and a quarter for the last few laps. They should be approaching the bell lap coming in next time for us, as the two of them cruise on up. And here we go, folks, the chasers. And we see a bit of a move go off the front there. Charlotte Clark in the Black Magic team's colours. Her teammates, Riley Ackroyd, sitting at the rear of the group. She'll be loving this here. They'll be part of the team tactics to try and make the field chase, and that sets her up for an opportunity in the sprint finish. Meanwhile, we won't be too far away from our two leaders, who continue to open up a gap here on the chasing group, who are very much settled into bronze medal modes. As we see a shot of them coming down the back straight, and it is still the Black Magic rider who leads just by a few metres though. They seem to have her marked now. They've got her settled into things. They know exactly what she's up to, that Charlotte Clark, so they'll drag her back in. Now as our cameras pan back here to the vet corner, we will see our two lead riders, and right on cue, the pink colours there, both comes on through. One lap about to come through, folks. Get ready to give them plenty of applause as they'll make their way through for the bell lap. Our two international representatives here, trying desperately to ensure that they get themselves at the top of the podium. They know at this point in time they're going to be on the podium. It's just a matter of in which order.
So, folks, if anyone here in the crowd have just recently been to the conveniences here, you've left your car keys behind, so just check your pockets. If you've just recently been to the loo, you've left your car keys behind. We've got them sitting here at the commentary position. Hand over it. Yeah, come on, hand it over. $100 finder's fee.
Here they go, folks. Our two leaders coming on through here. They get the bell. They're over a minute and a quarter on the chasers. Give them plenty of support as they go on through. Make your bets. Who's going to take it on out here? They've got 2,000 metres before we find out that decision of who will become the 2023 Elite Women's Champion. They roll pretty calmly down into the back straights here. Looks like they're going to leave it late at this point in time here, Marty.
Yes, I just followed them all the way to the corner as far as we could see them from here. And Barney Borta is going to take them into the descent. So it'll be interesting to see who, yep, she's still there. She's bringing them down over the speed hump and into that bottom corner. For quite a few of the laps, it was Ali Wollaston that was doing that. So Barney Borta, what's going through her mind? Definitely one thing will be, how can I get rid of this woman? They'll
Absolutely.
both be thinking that.
Absolutely. There'll be plenty running through the minds of the two riders, but of course they've been doing that for quite some time. They've got it clear in their heads now what they want to try and do. Will it be, though, the move that will count? We're not far away from finding out. Well over a minute now from the chasing group. We'll see come up and around the corner in the moment as our two leaders. Once again, Wollaston will lead them into the base of the hill. They'll head up there. They're looking very composed, the two of them. So it doesn't look like there's going to be a move on the hill. It looks like it's going to come down to a sprint. Meanwhile, coming up to a minute 25, minute 30. About a minute 30 riders, 1 minute 30. They're all now licking the lips for the bronze medal. Well, we are not too far away, Marty, as they'll come up around the corner, the two leaders.
Yes. Who's it going to be? Borta or Wollaston?
The camera pans back to the cones once again to the vet corner. As I said, they look like they were pretty cool, calm and collected as they went into the base of the rise here. In the last closing metres here of this Elite Women's Criterium Championship for 2023 in Palmerston North. A shot back to the chasing group. They're not really chasing, of course, as we know now know. They've established the fact that they are in contention purely for that bronze medal. So they've got their own race to run now. And we'll switch back here to our two leaders. The motorbike comes on through. Will we see a bit of a gap between the two, or will they roll through together? Oh, it's deathly silence, no sign of them. Here they go, the pink colours. So Volta brings them in. As we said all day long, about 450 odd metres there. Wollaston, the defending champion, poised behind.
So this is how it's going to be. Border in front, Wollaston at the back. A little bit of cat and mouse. We'll see them coming into view shortly. Who's going to make the break first? Will it be Wollaston? Will it be Border? Will she try and ride off from the front? Any second now, we should see them coming into view. It just seems to take ages from that vet's corner until we see them, but it's only a few seconds. It's deathly quiet here as we look up the road. Any second now, we should see them. The pink jersey, there they are.
Here they come, and it's Wollaston out in front, folks. The defending champion, Ellie Wollaston, comes on home, and she's going to be too good to take it 2 from 2. Bolter will secure the silver medal. What a fantastic effort there for the defending champion to add to her resume here. 2-time champion of the elite women's criterium. What a fantastic effort put on by the two internationals here as we now look to the cameras to determine the bronze medal. And they're lining themselves up as they come through, and it looks like black magic towards the front of the fields.
Well, it would be great to see Sammy Maxwell take that bronze medal, wouldn't it? But she's certainly got some pretty good sprinters that are in there.
Yes, the camera just losing them a wee bit there, but they are starting to mix it up a little bit. So Riley Ackroyd of Southland, we know she's got a good kick on it. She's starting to move herself up into it. Emily Shearman, Jessie Hodges, they're all in the mix now as they spread themselves across the road. Over the speed hump they go. Oh, could it be the one that's been doing the work all day long? Maxwell. Maxwell could be the upset as they go to the line.
Yes.
And Maxwell, she does it. Sammy Maxwell pounding the big gears, and that is a deserved medal. One of the most aggressive riders out there for the day, and it'd be fair to say probably one of the most underrated riders here of the day here, Marty. That's a pretty exciting way to finish it off.
Well, we've both got big smiles on our faces here. I think that's justice. She did lots of work, and to see her pounding that big gear into the finishing straight, she was really giving it heaps. And the mountain biker, not sure where she's from, we may yet find out. Yep, she showed the chasing bunch that she had it right to the end of the race.
So great results are there for our Leitzer woman, for the Wellingtonian securing the bronze medal there, but it's no doubt about the winner. Ellie Wollaston, the international, takes out another Criterium title here to add to her 2022 elite title. And we'll catch up with Ellie very shortly for an interview. They'll roll around the circuits, and we won't be too far away for our elite men as well, those of you following on the live stream. Of course, that gets underway at 3:30. There'll be 45 minutes. Those riders now are just starting to get themselves out in preparation for the events. We'll cut back to the ads, and we'll be back with you with Ellie Wollaston very shortly to find out how it all went there for the defending champion.
Like whoa, like whoa, 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 like whoa, like whoa, like whoa, like whoa, 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 like whoa.
Well, folks, here come our gold and silver medalists down the straight. Put your hands together for them here. They put on a fine display of racing, and Ellie like to come on over, and we'll have a few words with her as the champion. She's going to make her way around for us. Ellie, of course, taking the win. Brian both second place, and Sammy Maxwell in third for the bronze medal. Of course, was the rider to go away with these two ladies early on in the events. Okay, folks, well, we're joined, I was going to say, by the new champion, but the defending champion. The pressure is off.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, it was a really, really fun race. Pressure is off now because the race is done, but yeah, no, I really enjoyed it. I really wanted to race today aggressively. There's not many of us out there today, so if I won today, I wanted it to be a well-deserved win, and I feel like I did that today, so yeah, I'm really happy.
And of course, getting away with Brownie, you two know each other very, very well.
Yeah, no, we sure did. We were having a few laughs and a few chats with a few laps to go, thinking what each other were going to do. But yeah, no, she was running so strong today, and if there was anyone I'd want to be off the front with, it would be B, so yeah.
And were you surprised by some of those time checks starting to expand?
Not really. I think B and I were really pushing the pace in those first few laps where we got away. And just given the limited number of girls in the bunch, I thought it would have been pretty cagey at the back. But yeah, I was definitely relieved to hear the time gaps going bigger and bigger, and kind of just made it a bit more fun for B and I being able to play around in the last few laps and get thinking instead of just having the head down and going really hard. So yeah, no, it definitely made the race pretty fun.
And of course, you had Sammy Maxwell away with you early on in the piece, and she secured the sprint finish for the bronze.
Oh, good to hear. Yeah, no, she was really strong today. I think she started today with a hiss and a roar. She went full gas on the first climb. So yeah, I knew she would race aggressively today, and yeah, that's definitely a really well-deserved podium place for her.
Now you've got a lot of racing on the cards throughout the rest of 2023. How special is it going to be to bring out this jersey?
Yeah, really special. It's always so nice putting the National Champs jersey on. There's something like, yeah, it's very special, and you can't really beat that. I think after last year, I didn't actually do any criteriums, so the first criterium I did was in Australia last week, and being able to wear the National Champs jersey for that was so amazing. And yeah, it is really special, and I'm very privileged to take that overseas this year.
And you got a lot of support here today. I know Dad sitting along in the grandstand there, one part, I think they were chewing the nails.
Yeah, I was asking for time gaps every time I went past them, but yeah, no, definitely it just made the trip really worth it today, and we had really great support out on the roads today. There's a lot of really good atmosphere around the back. People cheering. Yeah, I love racing on New Zealand roads and with the New Zealand crowd, and yeah, I love being here and racing, and yeah, so thank you to everyone for their support today. It was really fun.
And we loved watching guys in action. Folks, would you put your hands together? The two-time champion, Ellie Wollaston, your 2023 Elite Women's Criterium champ. Thanks, Ellie.
Thank you.
Well, folks, once again, you hear how special it is to take out any national title, but particularly here having such great support around the circuit here in Palmerston North. As we get prepared for our final events, I'm sure it will be just as spectacular here with the elite men. Good size field lining themselves up. We'll introduce them to you as they get themselves onto the line very shortly. Well, they'll be racing for some 45 minutes with sprints at 10, 20 and 30, with the money up for grabs for those, but the all-important national title at the end of that 45 minutes. Who will add that jersey to their resume of racing here? We're going to find out later this afternoon, and we'll be back with you very shortly live here in Palmerston North. Alright folks, we're now getting ourselves lined up and here for the final event of the day, the Elite Men's. Massive field to contest this New Zealand title, this Criterium Championship. Plenty of support again up and around the course for the riders. A few of them getting on the TV screen right now. Guys doing the footage for us, doing a great job over here on the live streaming. As these riders get themselves all prepped and are ready to go and get their final instructions. Of course, a number of them just recently contested in the New Zealand Cycle Classic and the Gravel and Tar race, both UCI races in this region. And so again, not only riding as teammates, but also up against each other, a number of them. So again, they'll know exactly the sort of form some of them are bringing into the events. So some familiar team colours coming out to play here. Now, just a reminder to all riders that have completed their racing, all transponders are to be returned immediately over to the Massey University mobile lab. That's where you signed in today. So all transponders are to be returned. You don't want that $150 bill at the end of the day. And again, a reminder to our elite men's fields, the winner please, if they could make themselves available over here at the conclusion of the race for the interview. And then we'll be moving over to the presentations over the back of the trucks here for the respective events of the day for the medals of the gold, the silver and the bronze from our under 17s, under 19s and elites. So just about all set, ready to go. They get their final instructions from the commissaires and line themselves up now in readiness for the Elite Men's Championship. Some you can see in their respective centre colours, others are set in their various trade teams. And sprints again at 10, 20 and 30 minutes. The $100 I think it is up again for each of those. The first rider across the line, it doesn't count towards the championship, it's not a point series. It's, that will be all about first rider across the line to determine the gold medal. So 45 minutes. Plus the 3 laps is what's on the cards here for these riders. As we approach the start time of a 3:30 here this afternoon in Palmerston North. Been a great day's worth of racing, very good course. Steve Stannard and the team are prepared here to bring you this national championship event. This last few years down in Canterbury and Christchurch, bringing it up into the North Island here into Palmerston North. There's the countdown now on. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together here for the Elite Men's Fields. Underway for 45 minutes and 3 laps worth of racing, and straight away you can see like one of the Copeland's riders going out of the blocks to try and stir things up right from the get-go. No neutral lap, which of course can make life very difficult where you've got to get straight into the pedals and away in racing. to try and get yourself well positioned very, very quickly. As we saw a few riders earlier today, they got caught out a little bit there, and it is Copeland's that have gone off the front here. Getting their time on the TV as they head off and make some inroads to the field to spread themselves across. And very quickly, we can see the Bolton Equities, a Black Spoke Pro Cycling team. They are the sort of purpley colours with the fluorescent sleeves. Of course, the team that's moved up to the higher ranks of international racing. Of course, they took out with James Oram the New Zealand Cycle Classic some week ago there. And they will be certainly one of the teams to contest a medal or two here today, would be expected, Marty, with the number of riders that they have in the team here, let alone the cards they've got available to play.
Yeah, I look at names like George Jackson and Luke Mudgeway spring to mind straight away. James Fouché is there as well, so they're all three very, very strong riders. Hunter Goff will be an interesting one to watch for the Rush Velo team. And then the man Nicholas Kurzagu, he was from St George. He was a bronze medalist last year in the 2022 championships, so he'll be interesting to watch as well. Big field, big expectations, big result.
Yeah, lots to play for these riders, that's for sure, considering many of whom like to race overseas, and we said that's the effect that jersey has and the ability to secure contracts, to be noticed, to get the TV coverage for the sponsors and so forth, let alone just the pride of being able to wear the silver fern out there in international racing is can never be underestimated. As they start to stretch themselves out a wee bit there, and it look like Southland colours in the mix there. It's Hayden Strong, I think, was the man involved in there. I know there's a number of the Southlanders tuned in. Special welcome to them tuned in there in the live streaming from down home watching things. And Hayden, of course, brother of Corbin Strong, but he's a fine rider in his own right.
6:36:24.
So rider number 6 that brings them on through, that would be Finnegan Murphy. 34, I think, up there in the mix there with them as well, with Corby Price. But all sorts of riders here, and that's, Marty, you mentioned a couple early on in the piece, which I totally agree with here, and also in the mix there, number 21, Xander White. Of course, he rode for the national team at the New Zealand Cycle Classic recently. Won the stage into Martinborough, and then decided the next day, I'll head off the front in the Queen stage and pick up the one and only sprint at about 50k into it to ultimately secure the Wiz Wireless Sprint Ace as well. And he's been around for a few years now, a man that we know has got a good kick on him. Came from about 7 back into Martinborough, and today I would certainly throw his name in the mix as well.
Yes, he performed very well in that tour. Just a wee plug there for Finnegan Murphy. He's one of my local men. There's not too many men from Wanganui in this race, but that's one that is. So really great to see him out there racing with the Green Monkey, as it is good to see the Green Monkey team here as well.
George Jackson, as you said, now he's moved across from the Mitre Q New Zealand Cycle Project team, along with Josh Burnett, and now they're riding here for the guys from the Black Spoke team, but of course that's Mitre Q New Zealand Cycle Project team. Well-drilled team, know how to win races, and they've done that over the last few months in fine fashion with the SBS Bank Tour of Southland, where they also took out the team classification, let alone the win with Josh Burnett, and a number of stages and places throughout the day, and then of course just recently, and that in the last few days with the gravel and tar with a certain man called Ben Oliver, silver medalist, Commonwealth Games mountain biker. He's riding number 15 today, as we've said a few times throughout the day. He comes into this competition, Marty, with a bronze, a silver, and I would suggest today he's quite keen to add to that with a gold medal.
You reckon the mantelpiece will look pretty good with the complete set? Well, he performed very well in the New Zealand Cycle Classic, as is another rider that's out there, Julian, number 10. He's just wearing a dark blue skin suit with a little bit of white on it, and that's Kean Watts. He was right up there in that Wiz Wireless Sprint Ace competition. In fact, it was decided in the very last stage down in Wellington.
Yes, there's been some very fine riders that have come out of that last week or so's worth of racing here, who will be coming off some pretty good sort of form. They've got a bit of racing under the belts now, with a week's worth of stage racing, then of course the gravel and tar race, and now today, so the pressure being poured on here, and it is the Black Spoke team going on to the front, and it looks like, I think, Colour Worrell, I think, was it going through there? Just trying to pick up the name. Was it Fouché and so forth up there as well? Los Burnett's SBS Bank Tour of Southland winner, but also winner of the Queen stage of the New Zealand Cycle Classic a week ago. In fine fashion up Admiral's Hill, where he took a strong win as his first UCI win. You can see him right to the forefront of the bunch here at the moment as they come down the back straights here. And there's 3 or 4 teams that are keeping a very close eye on things. So as you see the St. George rider, as you mentioned, Nick Kirkazoo, man that's won into Martinborough in the past. Of course, he's got the National Kilo Record Oceania title, Olympian, Commonwealth Games representative, and of course he loves this sort of racing. He'd be a dangerous man, as you mentioned, if they got themselves down to a bunch kick.
Yes, just wondering how Josh Burnett goes in an event like this. We know about his results and his pedigree on the road Tour of Southland, and to see him perform so well at the New Zealand Cycle Classic, I guess you'd have more of an idea of what his capabilities are like in an event like this.
This will be reasonably new to him, but then again, the way he rode at that last Criterium around Lambton Key, he wasn't afraid of mixing it right towards the front of the race here, and he's powerful rider, very strong rider. We know he loves the uphills, Bluff Hill, up the Remarkables, and of course Admiral's Hill just recently. But that sort of strength will certainly come into his favour here with some parts of this course. Because as we've mentioned through the day, the course is allowing for a mixture of the enduros, the sprinters, all to be in the mix here with that little bit of an incline. It's not a long way. It's certainly not as steep as the likes of the Remarkables, Admiral's Hill. But it will take its toll, as we saw Theo Gilbertson heading off the front there for the team, and that's the New Zealand Cycle Project team, but now he's been sucked back into the fold, but very quickly, what do we got here? Theo, he's in that group, along with a couple of the boys there from Black Spoke, and possibly, I think even Ben Oliver might have been one of the men that got himself in there. Russ Ridley, also looking at their red colours getting towards the front of the race. Just a few seconds in it here, but already Marty, we're starting to see a bit of pressure being poured on, the pace not easing.
Yes, Bolton Equities, Black Spoke, they will be a team to watch. They really did have some dominance or control in the New Zealand Cycle Classic. And there we've got a bit of a breakaway, and there's 2 of their riders in there. I can see George Jackson's one of them, 2 Maito Q's in there as well. Probably got about 5 seconds on the chasing peloton. But they, as you've said before, they've got so many cards to play. They can afford to put a couple of guys up the road in a breakaway like this that's looking to get away, and then have guys like Luke Mudgeway that are just sitting in the back. And he took out the green jersey, of course, down in Wellington in that Criterium there. Really, it's a circuit race down there, and it's exactly what he did. He just bided his time, and he just got where he needed to be on the finish line.
Absolutely, and upright towards the front there, number 34 in the red colours. Corby Price, number 34, and you can see now a few riders scrambling across there, trying to get themselves into the front group, hoping that that could be a move that could disappear down the roads here and not have to then contest against some of the more powerful, well-known sprinters. As you said, the likes of Luke Mudgeway, he'll get set up by his team, no doubts. And that's he's certainly a man there, along with George Jackson, who would be the men that would be expected to have the best sort of sprint finishes. A few riders just drifting quite wide into that corner, and you can see the gritting of the teeth as they have to slow it down a little bit. They're scrubbing off of the speed they're going into it due to the tightness into that corner. It's certainly already starting to make life very difficult for 1 or 2 further back in the bunch.
Well, if nothing else, it strings it out, doesn't it, the peloton going into that corner? It strings them out into a single file, and if someone decides to put their foot on the accelerator going up that small climb, it just keeps the pressure on until they get right to the top.
Yes, and a number of these riders would have trained time and time again with their interval training, trying to ensure that they can handle these counter-attacks, these surges that happen predominantly when it comes to Criterium racing, and that's what can catch 1 or 2 riders out who aren't used to it. Where potentially in a stage race it can be quite steady for lengthy periods of time, but more often than not in these Criterium races, and that the surges can catch a few riders off guard a little bit there, and the body just doesn't quite react the way that they want it to. So a few already in the red zone, I would suggest, desperately trying to catch their breath, hoping that the body will ride itself in. They'll try and recover a little bit, as much as you can in the Criterium, but this little bit of a descent, as we've said during the day, as you come down the finishing straight, is an opportunity, and particularly around into the back straight, where they can do so. As we see Green Monkey onto the fronts of the race. We see the Black Spoke team also doing the same job. It's Jonty Harris. Now, Jonty, Marty, I've seen him in racing a lot of times, both on the road and the track. He's always keen to have a bit of a nudge off the fronts.
Sounds like the sort of behaviour you get from riders down your way, Julian.
Oh no, just a keen bike rider, that's for sure. Jonty loves it, and that's constantly involved in the racing at the sharp end of the race, and that's what we love to see, those sort of riders who are keen to try and make the race, try and stir things up and make things happen. As we said right at the start of the day here, they won't go away not thinking, well, if only if. They'll give it a crack, and they're the sort of riders we love to see. Bailey Donnelly there, and that's, he's getting himself along. He's one of the young riders, Bailey O'Donnell, and that's the man from Canterbury, now riding in the colours there of the Black Spoke Pro Cycling team, rider number 24. He's one of these riders that's come through the ranks, junior world championships, won national titles at the junior levels now, and has slowly but surely been making himself known at the international level, and he's been picked up by the Black Spoke team. As we see the mullets coming on through, not Shane Archibald, no, it's George Jackson going through in second wheel there, and a few also of the Pista Corsa team, and of course they're a development team, Marty, that we saw in action, you and I, at the New Zealand Cycle Classic. Tim Pawson in behind it there, giving them plenty of guidance, and they certainly were always keen to make the race light up.
Yes, and of course he's got his second boy here racing today, or his eldest son racing here today. Saw his younger brother earlier in the day, but Edward Pawson racing in this one, and wearing number 4. And just when you were talking about Jonty Harris before, rider very keen to get off the front, it sounds a little bit like a young Nick Kyrgyzoo was a little bit like that in races too, I think.
Yeah, Nick's loved his racing from the very early days, and getting introduced to the velodrome, of course, down at the SAT Zero Fees Velodrome. And those international viewers today in our live stream, that's New Zealand's first ever indoor velodrome. Now New Zealand has 2 of those, with Cambridge, of course, here in the North Islands. So a lot of these riders being introduced to the sports with the introduction of those international standard tracks, where they've had world championships, as in junior world champs. They've had World Cup meetings on them there, and as we've mentioned throughout the day, a lot of these riders, including the likes of Kyrgyzoo, cut their trade a lot on the track and the endurance squads. As we see the leading riders bring through, and again, Green Monkey comes on through. Jonty Harris still on the front. George Jackson tucked in behind him. Then we'll see Ben Oliver, very attentive towards the front. The winner of the recent Gravel and Tar, in fact, so recent it was only some 48 hours ago. As we ride here on the Wellington Anniversary Day here on Monday, here in New Zealand for this this national championship here at the Criteriums in Palmerston North.
Yes, well, the mullet is quite a frequent winner of this event. If we go back to Shane Archibald, who won it last year, the Criterium Championships, sporting a mullet in the professional peloton these days, and George Jackson also sporting one of those. It's a rider that I've had great pleasure in watching come up through the ranks from schools, racing for his Rongotai College in Wellington. I can remember him just riding that points race at Manfield to perfection. Just coming out, taking the sprint when he needed to, and then going back in to look after himself. That's a few years ago, of course. He's now part of the Bolton Equities team, and he'll certainly have a role to play today.
Well, Jonty Harris, after doing a lot of the efforts on the front there, seems to have pulled over towards the pit area. I'm not too sure if we're pulling out of the race or we've got a mechanical, but it looks like one of his teammates at the front of the race as they come towards the midway point up the hill for another one of these 2K laps. Yes, I'm sure likes of the Shane Archibalds, the Tom Scullys of this world, those are the guys that are riding internationally, the George Bennetts and that there. Some of them will be tuned in to this live streaming. Of course, it'll be all sorts of hours of the night, and it's for some of them, depending where they're based at the moment. But some of those guys, of course, still based over in Australia as they prepare for the ocean race, the Cadell Evans race, a week later after the tour down under. And that, but I know always a lot of interest in these national championships, and they know that they've grown up with some of these riders here, and are always keen to see how they go. As we see, looks like the Maawatu team again just out of the seat, giving things a bit of a nudge. Edward Pawson right towards the front, as we've already mentioned. And the Pistic Corsa team, they're the team there in the reds, the blue and the white colours. And they'll be around into the finishing straight here in a few moments as we see the motorbike now making its way through. But everyone's still very much together after a lot of efforts, as it typically is in the Criterium, about that first 10 minutes, 15 minutes of a race of a crit of this nature. There's often a lot of pressure going on, and it can catch a lot of riders off guard if they haven't warmed up well in preparation for it. But you can now see everything's been turned off. Ben Oliver right to the centre of the race here. Hayden Strong in the Southland colours on the left-hand side of him there. Also number 34, Corby Price. He's been pretty prominent there in the red colours on the far right-hand side as we see the backs of them disappearing down the front, down the home straights. But everyone under control, all composed now, and I wouldn't be surprised. A number of them would be quite relieved that they have put the pressure off a little bit, turned the taps off. Tom McCallum there of coming through number 18 of the Copeland's team, Cycling Tom. Unfortunately, looks like that might be calling it a bit of a day there. Looking a bit red in the face, as a number of them are, as they rocket down the descent and approach the base of the hill once again. Here we go, up and around the corner they go. I think it could well be Ben Oliver again. Hayden Strong, the Southlander, getting towards the fronts. So it's the same names that we're mentioning here time and time again. No doubt he's had a message from his brother and that to try and stir things up, see what he can do. Hayden was one of those ones that took on the New Zealand Cycle Classic, but I think also one of those ones that folded towards the conclusion. And that was due to a lot of illness. And that's, of course, Marty, we had a lot of sickness through that field. We started with something like 88 starters and finished with 42. And it certainly seems to have been the fact that day one and that the atrocious conditions that paid toll on a few riders, as we see a lead group now starting to get themselves off the front now. I think we have got Ben Oliver potentially there. We've got a Black Spoke rider and possibly Copeland's, but we'll pick them up as it's hard to capture them that time. There's a couple chasing two riders in behind them, so we could have a group of 5 riders here, Marty, as they spread themselves across the front of the race. A few of the teams that have got riders off the fronts.
Yes, there's a little bit of a response coming from the peloton now, but it could be the first break of the race that might be able to establish something. I can tell you that Jonty Harris won the first sprint, so he's got $100 in his pocket. So that's a payday for being aggressive. Great to see. So we've got a bunch here of 5. George Jackson and Luke Mudgeway are the 2 Bolton Equity riders in there. And then we've got a Coupland's rider in there. It looks like Lucas Murphy was in there with them. The peloton starting to respond now. 2 riders trying to get across to them as the front 5 disappear around the corner and start to do that sweeping left down to the descent.
Looks like there could be a mechanical there. I think number 3 looks like Chapman. You might be wanting a bit of support there in the pit area. Mucking around there with the rear derailleur, so it could be a bit of a twisted tight link. Chain may have dropped, which has been the case for 1 or 2 riders as they've gone over some of the speed humps here today. But there's a bit of hesitancy there in that lead group. Mudgeway, of course, would be coming into this race as being one of the favourites, given his results recently. And he's been, as he said in a number of the interviews with us, at the New Zealand Cycle Classic, he's continued to fine-tune his sprinting ability. Of course, our former World Junior Madison champion. And he now got himself on towards the front of this group of some 5 riders, and it's George Jackson that'll lead them on through. In fact, they might even have 3 riders up there from that one particular team. Now, that would make life very interesting indeed for the chasing group. Oh no, they'll have to put a bit of pressure on to try and get themselves back in contention, because any one of those riders is quite capable on their day to make sure that they open up a decent gap on the field.
Yeah, they've certainly got the numbers up there, Bolton Equities. They certainly know how to position themselves. Interesting that Luke Mudgeway's up there in front. Wouldn't imagine he would be doing a whole heap of work if he's up there with the sprint finish that he's got. But responding from that peloton, the big tall man wearing the yellow and green skin suit there, that is Xander White. And he was looking to just get up out of the seat and maybe try and bridge across that gap. We'll see a bit more now as they come into view. Yep, there he is on the front of the peloton, Xander White.
And it looks like our group at the front have expanded a wee bit. Looks like around 8 riders now, but as Marty said, there's a peloton doing the chase and really starting to pour things on. They don't want these riders to get off too far ahead. They want to get this back into the folds here. Of course, they got some money up for grabs here as the video cameras get ready for these sprints. They might just roll through though. We'll soon see as they come through this time. Looks like the peloton about to join them as well as our leaders bring them on through. Looks like the blue colours there, the benchmakers colours there. Adam Francis, I think, will pick up number 2. Will pick up the $100 cash. And they add that to his back pockets as the rest of the fields now stretch themselves out into a bit of a formation here, allowing everyone still to be pretty much in the fold. There's only 1 or 2 riders that have paid the price of this high speeds early on in this elite men's title here in Palmerston North. The Massey University, you can see the pace just eases off a bit here down onto the back straight. I'd suggest now, if I put the mortgage on this, I would be surprised, Marty, that this is the sort of size group we're going to see at the conclusion of this race here. I would expect to see a few more moves going where small groups will try and head off the fronts, using the hill potentially as that springboard. But there's a few places on this course, and that's the beauty of the course. I think don't underestimate some of those descents, some of those corners where you could make your move and try and open up a decent gap on the field. So often, as we've talked about, riders will suggest that the hill is a good spot, and it obviously is as they now approach the base of it there, and it's Coupland's on the front. However, a lot of other areas of which this could happen here as they hit back up the hill and roll around the top. We get a good shot of there through the trees there. There's 1 or 2 really starting to hurt there and are peeling off the back. That is not liking that surge out of the base of the hill towards the top. As we said, so some 250, 300 odd metre climb, but it's hurting. It's hurting a lot early on with the high speeds.
Yes, it'll certainly tire out some legs, Julian, no doubt about that. And just take the opportunity to acknowledge the sponsor of our preems or our sprints today, the person that's stumped up with the $100 every time the rider goes over the line for the preems, and that's Glenn Kirk, oral surgeon, great supporter of cycling and his ongoing support. Many thanks, Glenn, for sponsoring the preems today. So now we've got these front 5 or 6 riders coming into view. Peloton certainly keeping an eye on them. They're all across the front, and then someone will dabble off and say, oh, well, we better not let them get too far ahead. So it's sort of poised, really, isn't it, for something to happen. We've got those riders off the front. They haven't been able to establish a break. We've got the peloton just seeming to be able to leave, just seeming to want to leave them out there, but not letting them get too far ahead. So here they come. Oh, it's pretty much going to be all back together, yep, as they go across the line.
Yep, Theo Gilbertson will be the man that will lead them on through. Of course, Theo just started to come into his own a little bit towards the end of the New Zealand Cycle Classic. Always tough competitor. Loves a bit of the old gravel racing that as well. And he was part of that contingent we mentioned earlier on today of the Mighty New Zealand Cycle Project team that headed across to the United States for about 3 months of racing last year. And they got a lot of experience from that there. Raced a number of stage races, one-day classics, as I said, even gravel. And that's try and expand their experience. James Kenny and that team director of all that there is the man behind the scenes that does a fantastic job in giving these young riders here in New Zealand opportunity to develop in the sports. And we've certainly seen that coming through time and time again with that particular team. Said already dominant in a number of the top races when it counts, and that they are certainly always keen to try and make things difficult. And they've got 1 or 2 riders now starting to head off the front of the race as we see them head down into the base of the hill. And it looks like 1, 2, 3, yeah, probably about another 8 or 9 riders again A few different names starting to appear in there, but they are being stretched out, and a few riders have recognised the fact they need to move further up in the field, because as they go up the hill each time now, Marty, you can really start to see there are some cracks forming in the peloton.
Yeah, that's where the attrition's going to happen, Julian. There's no doubt about that, because they've got to get into single file really to get around that corner. And as we've been saying for most of the day, if you put the accelerator down there, the further back you are, the more pressure comes on the legs. And at some stage, the old bungee's going to snap for a few of these riders.
Yes, I think a few of these guys will sleep well tonight here with the way the pressure's being poured on. As we see a few riders coming through, looks like they're calling it a day, but there with Lewis Johnson, number 46, and Finnegan Murphy, number 6. But as I said, very early on, that first 10 to 15 minutes, often the body doesn't respond the way that you want it. There goes Tom McCallum about to be lapped by the fields. He'll be looking to call it a day as well, and who can blame him after ferocious pace being poured on the frontier here. And again, it's the Mitre Q team, it's the Black Spoke team who are constantly being put into putting the pressure on the front. But there's a number of individuals, Marty, just sitting back in the fields, notice in the top dozen or so, patiently waiting, holding on to the wheels and not necessarily putting them nose into the wind.
Yes, I've seen Kieran Watts there in the peloton. He seems to be near the front of it, but certainly looking after himself. Certainly one rider to keep an eye on. In fact, there's a number of riders, of course, to keep an eye on, but it's a few smiles across the line that time of the Black Spoke Bolton Equity guys.
He's number 28 up and towards the front of the race there, Paul Wright. And he's a man that's secured third place in the Gravel and Tar race in the last few days. And Paul always keen to head off the front in any sort of race, former KOM in the SBS Bank Tour of Southland a few years ago. Likeable character, loves his racing, always be keen to stir things up, and he was one of the ones up there with the likes of Ben Oliver towards the front of the race here to try and put some pressure on some of the remaining riders. And I say remaining riders because slowly but surely this field is being whittled down as we see the likes of Josh Burnett just covering bases at the front of the race. That'll be his job here today, to watch very closely any moves. So the camera scanning through the trees there, trying to focus in to capture the entry of the lead riders, and here they come now. The red colours towards the front. Bolton Equities well and truly at the front there with about a handful of riders in the mix who come from all parts of the country, and that's certainly great to see them though coming together and establishing some strong results here early in the season. Of course, and it is extremely early in the season here for a lot of these riders as they build their campaigns for Europe.
Well, yes, and for some of them, of course, the reality is back to work tomorrow. For some of the more fortunate ones, it's not. Just depending on how you view things, I guess.
Yeah, we saw number 8 there, Carlo Worrell, coming through the finishing straight, so it looks like that might be getting close to being his day. He's a fair way off the back of the group there for his team as they make their way up the hill one more time. Who's going to put the pressure on this time? Who's going to try and snap it here? Because we're starting to move into some tough part of the race as they approach 4 o'clock. Of course, 3:30 starts for these riders. Remember, it's 45 minutes. And then 3 laps for them as we see Green Monkey roll towards the front. The brake's gone a wee bit. Mudgeway onto George Jackson. Now, what a combination that is, Marty. 2 very fast men, but if you've got the likes of George Jackson being on the front there for you to potentially lead you out, that's not a bad card to be able to play.
Yes, so it's a very strong team, and as we've said, they've got plenty of options. But the race just sort of, most races you can get a bit of a quiet period, a bit of a lull, and that's just the feeling I'm getting at the moment. But we'll certainly see it, or should definitely see it spark up again soon. But the riders just starting to collect themselves, and then we see one of the Rush Velo riders go across as they get the whistle. That's Finn Mitchell, and then chasing after him, Josh Burnett. As you've said, that'll be his job all day. Anybody goes off the front, he'll be one of the guys from Bolton Equities to close it down. And of course, next time they come across the finish line, thank you very much, Glenn Kirk. It's $100 to the first across the line.
Been very impressed with that Finn Mitchell there in the red colours. He's certainly been very prominent towards the front. He looks very composed about it all. He's not being put off by the fact that there is some top teams involved in racing it. Of course, some of these guys here just as individuals, and it's, they've got no great support around them there, so they're having to try and contest this up against some very strong combinations together. But no, he's certainly playing some very good cards here, as we saw Burnett looking over the shoulder, just keeping things under control. He's there for the likes of Mudgeway and co.
Yeah, well, Finn Mitchell, of course, is part of that Rush Velo team, and they're certainly a development squad. And former National Road champion Darian Rush has got a big part to play in that team. His boy, Christian Rush, another father-son combination here today. He's out there as well in the red and white colours of Rush Velo.
And speaking of rush, that's what they're doing. They're rushing up this hill at a great knot of speed here at this point in time. These riders, as you can see a few getting out of the seat to try and wind things up as quickly as they possibly can as they head to just slow it down as per usual into the base of that hill, as we've seen all day long. It's a very tough little turn into that there, and you can see a lot of the experienced riders trying to position themselves towards the front there so that they can get the best run onto it possible and use the gearing appropriate to be able to kick out of it without sucking out too much energy in the legs, as much as you can do in a Criterium. Whereas others further back in the bunch, a bit of braking goes on, a bit of changing of gearing, and they're having to accelerate back out of it. Just takes a bit of energy off the legs here, as we see a little bit of a group starting to form off the front. Black Spoke up there into the mix. We've also got, again, the Maawatu team. Black Spoke may well have a couple. It might even be Kyrgyzstan also, the St. George team. We'll soon see as they come through. Worrell coming through once again here, but he'll soon be joined. And the commissaires will be watching closely whether or not they pull them off the circuit as part of health and safety, but they'll make that call for us as we look to them coming down the finishing straight. So a few dollars up for grabs here, and it could well be our St. George rider, the Olympian, and they're coming through. Kyrgyzstan will pick up the $100. And look like he's got one of the Black Spoke riders, I think, going along with him there. Was that Paul Wright, I think, number 28?
I think it was Paul Wright. But whenever there's something happening, you can just see the colours of the fluoro yellow and blue colours of Black Spoke Bolton Equities. They're amongst it. They were very present through all the races at the recent New Zealand Cycle Classic. In fact, you could almost say they can control that tour to some degree. Look at the shot here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them right at the front.
Yeah, it's often the case. Counter-attack after a sprint. And so some of those riders, even though they were trying to pick up a few dollars, they also knew full well that if they could use that as a wee bit of a springboard, they know potentially some of these other riders would try and jump across, and that would open up very, very quickly. But of course, you've got to have the legs on you just to put enough effort in without killing the legs off too much, and ensure that when the troops do start to join you towards the front, that you've got the legs to join them. And no, the bunch, they've come back, but only just. The rubber band, to say it's being stretched is probably an understatement here, because you can see the gaps opening at the front half of the field here. There is a lot of riders starting to redline here, as we have about a quarter of an hour left here at this Elite Men's Championship.
Yes, the riders at the back will be starting to feel the pace. The riders at the front will arguably be starting to feel the rush of the adrenaline and getting things under control and starting to reach, that sub-maximal effort. Bit of a wry smile on a few faces once they put the pressure on there, I'm sure.
Yeah, riders that are feeling pretty good, so we'll be loving every moment. If they love to watch it, it's a bit of an interesting approach with the riders. They love watching others in pain. That's all part and parcel of it there. The old hurt box for a number of them, as we see two riders going off. Looks like Black Spoke and Maawatu once again, possibly George Jackson there. As Kyrgyzstan, St. George decides he needs to go here. He's not going to allow that to happen. And they're the sort of riders like Kyrgyzstan and co that know they can't allow these teams to go, so they're going to have to do it themselves. And so he's very awake to it. As you said, Marty, medalist last year in the event. This is his sort of event. He was fourth, I think it was, into Lambton Key a few days earlier in the final stage of the New Zealand Cycle Classic. Here's our lead riders, Fouché going through. A national champion before this, the sort of thing. He'll do this all day long, going off the front. In fact, I'm surprised he's left it as long as he has.
And Theo Gilbertson was the rider going with him. I thought from a distance that it was the mountain biker that we were talking about earlier. His name just escapes me at the moment. Ben Oliver that was going with him, but no, it's Theo Gilbertson doing the work there for Maitoku.
It looks like one of the Green Monkey team. They've got a puncher, so they'll head straight into the pit area just beyond the finishing line here. But oh yes, that's a strong combination. And that, as we see, Fouché, he's won national titles, and he's got Gilbertson there with him. As we see now, another rider hits off the front of the race here and tries to shut things on down here, because this is a dangerous move with the strength of these two riders. We already mentioned particularly Gilbertson. He's looking in pretty good sort of nick here for this race, and he's been joined by a rider, as we said, who will time and time again go off the front of a race. As I said, he'll do this and that for hours on end. It doesn't worry him too much whatsoever, and the riders will be well aware of it there as we try and make out. I'm not too sure of the colours there. Possibly Green Monkey, or the third rider across, going around the corner at the base of the hill there.
Well, Theo Gilbertson in that second to last stage in the New Zealand Cycle Classic on the Miramar circuit, we had two riders out in front there for a while, and up that climb, Theo Gilbertson shot up there, as you'll remember, Julian, and joined him. Certainly showed some form and some strength just recently, so he's out the front doing it again.
Yes, when you got the likes of Fouché, who I can think back to an SBS Banktura South on the stage into Gore, where he made his kick up the Waimumu Hill and disappeared off the front of a lead group of half a dozen riders, and he just left them for dead. And into time trial mode for over 20 kilometres, and put himself into the yellow jersey. So as I said, these are two riders that are more than happy to either be off by themselves or have a small group such as this. But we can see Russ Valo Ridley putting themselves towards the front of the race. Green Monkey also being prominent. No surprise, Black Smoke at the front, but not interested in doing any chasing. Why would you? He's in our colours. That's why they're not going to do so. They want this national title, and if they can give it to anyone in their team, they'll be quite happy. That's the whole part and parcel of it there. But Fouché's their man at this point in time. We'll look to come down the finishing straight very shortly.
Well, it looks as though they've decided that this break's not for them. They've both sat up as they go across the line there. It's interesting. Rather than wait to be caught, they've decided to sit up and let themselves be caught. So, interesting tactic. Bit of a head scratcher that bit there, Julian.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought they would have just kept it just rolling. They don't have to red line it, of course. They can just keep nice and smooth, and we're getting closer to the finish. But also in the mix is the decisions about who they really want to take out the side. Who are they riding for today, and what we call in cycling the protected rider, or riders in some cases here. So they might have other plans, or of course the legs just might not be just feeling just that great. Corby Price, the man in the red though, Russ Fellow, he's the man there sitting in second wheel in the footage here at the moment. Coming down the hill, he's being very prominent and keeping a close eye on proceedings here. And I would suggest this little lull in proceedings is going to...
1, 2.
This lull in...
So we're just waiting for them to come down the descent there. And as they line up to go round the bottom corner, there's a little bit of pressure going on here. Bolton Equities at the front. There's a rider just in front of them, just struggling to pick up who that was. But the pressure, it's going on. It's going on up the incline. And that'll be sapping the energy from some of those riders. Now this is the part we don't get to see, Julian. Just a wee little technical challenge here at the moment, but it's all under control now. This is the part we don't get to see, is they just go out of the sight at the bottom of the climb, and then when this shot here comes up, they're at the top of the climb, and that's where some of the action's happening. So this is a lapped rider, or rider about to be lapped, just coming through now. And there's the motorbike. So here comes the peloton. Well, this certainly and no great action happening there. One of the riders putting their hands up, and then as soon as we say that, someone starts to move over onto the inside. There's Nick Kurgazoo looking at it. Looks like one of the Coupland's riders coming across. So as they come past us, we might see a bit more pressure, or some of the pressure that's just being applied. So we can see them now. It's got one of the Rush Velo riders out in front. But they're all looking over their shoulder. Nobody prepared to commit themselves. Kurgazoo's in there at fourth wheel. Number 42, Theo Gilbertson. Well, he's been right at the front for the last few laps. So we see the peloton coming down the descent over one of those speed bumps. There's a few of them on the circuit, Julian. We've got one of the Coupland's riders there, and Bolton Equities right in behind him.
Yeah, a few of them are certainly showing their mountain bike skills with a few jumps over those humps as well. Doing a fine effort with it. Sam Nedlicott is a man out there that I just noticed coming through earlier on, number 33. He's I've certainly seen him down in the Canterbury, South and Otago region racing. Always a strong contender, always keen to mix things on up here. But it is Coupland's that are going to bring them through to the base of the hill once again. Hayden Strong in the Southland colours again. He's got himself towards the front. But as I suggested a few moments ago, a few of them getting a few seconds of recovery there, Marty, to be able to now put themselves back towards the front of the race.
Well, he's an interesting rider, as you say, Hayden Strong. We've hardly mentioned him at all, but he certainly has been present near the front third of that peloton. And as you said, there's a number of these riders that will just be biding their time, looking after themselves, doing what they need to do to make sure they're here at the business end.
Hayden comes with an interesting story. Of course, based out of Invercargill, but then ultimately got himself a bit of a scholarship to head over to the States, and he's only come back into New Zealand in the last few weeks after a lot of racing over there. And he, as he said to me back at the New Zealand Cycle Classic, he even mixed it up with his brother and tried to be a bit of a pro there for 6 months over in Europe. But again, loves his racing, always keen to try and mix it up both on the track and on the roads.
Yeah, well, they're aptly named, those two boys, aren't they, with a surname like Strong. There's no doubt about them. They certainly perform pretty strongly. The peloton just coming up the top of the climb now. And just round past the Vet Club. We'll see them coming into this shot shortly.
Well, she's outstanding conditions here for these riders here today. The old heats, even playing havoc with some of the sound system for us here as things start to mount down, but we go the pressure on now.
33 and 20.
Number 33 is the man that's going to lead them on through, as I mentioned, Sam Nedlicott. He's the man that's put a bit of pressure onto the field here. And you see the front half really starting to stretch out here as we start to approach the sharp end of the race. And still very much anyone's race here at these Elite Criterium Nationals here in Palmerston North. Very shortly going to be see who's going to be crowned the title holder as the pressure comes off. And a few riders now freewheel themselves back towards the front half of the race. A number of names we haven't mentioned because they've hidden themselves away. Believe it or not, you can do so. And those who've been around the cycling know exactly. They would have been earmarking a few, watching them, knowing that we haven't mentioned them for the very fact that they're sitting 10 to 12 back. It's a fine art in itself to be able to hide yourself in a bunch.
Yes, and one of those riders that comes to mind is someone we've mentioned pretty early on. We saw him as part of that first breakaway that just went away for a short time. That's Luke Mudgeway. Haven't seen much of him near the pointy end, or George Jackson for that matter either.
So again, the riders kick on up for the hill. As the lap board about to come out, folks, some 3 laps to go. Again, special welcome to those who's joining us on the live coverage, the live streaming here. You have joined us here for the first time today. Welcome to the New Zealand Criterium Nationals here in New Zealand. Palmerston North here in the North Island at the Massey University, and we're about to approach 3 laps to go to determine the final events of the day. We've had some outstanding racing from our under-17s, our under-19s, our elite women, and now about to find out over the next few minutes who will take out the elite men's title here for 2023. Who will be able to put the silver fern on in their international racing here over the year. And it's very much still open leather. It's open to anyone here with a reasonable size group still to contend it, Marty.
Yeah, it is wide open. Well, when I say wide open, it's wide open to a number of riders. There's no doubt about that. One looks at the screen here and look at the Bolton Equity guys at the front, the Black Spoke guys. They're ever present, aren't they? They certainly, they wouldn't say they've got the race on the end of a string, but they certainly are putting a measure of dominance or a measure of control on things. So we're about to see what that's all going to come down to. They'll get 2 to go when they go over this time.
Yeah, I'm sure 1 or 2 of the riders are thinking they're just like an annoying bug that just won't go away. They constantly are hovering about, and they've got a lot of cards to play. But as if a number of riders are here, and a number of riders here got some fine form coming into this championship, as the riders make their way down with 3 laps to go, riders. 3 laps to go as we line ourselves on up. And the Black Spoke team, we know we've mentioned them a number of times, but of course they've once been on the front, and you can see them starting to get the sprint train organised. Now, if you're new to the sport, that's very much where your team riders will get themselves into a bit of an order. They would have worked it out. They know who their last rider is going to be. The others are there to try and wind up the pace, put the pressure on, continue to lift it, making life very difficult for other riders to come around. And that's exactly what you are witnessing now. We can see the Bolton Equities team doing so as Mudgeway takes his final swig of water. He throws the bottle away. Now we see the Mida Q team coming up. Well, this looks like something from the 1980s. And it's from some of those Tour de France finishes where we saw the lead-out trains as they come flying down into the hill this time round. Marty, this is preparing for an outstanding finish with 2 laps to go next time through.
Yes, 2 laps to go next time through. And as you said, it was all Bolton Equities on the front as they went over the start-finish line last time, Julian. And the rider that was right at the back of that train was none other than Luke Mudgeway.
Yes, you can see the riders now again being put on a lot of pressure here up through the hill. That is starting to hurt 1 or 2 in the second half of the group. There is the odd rider who's trying to get themselves up and around the outsiders. That seems to have eased off slightly over the top of the riser here. It's all about control. It's all about patience here as they come into the closing stages of this national event. Folks, just be careful. They're coming across the course. The riders are not too far away. We'd recommend that we stay on your side of the road now, as these riders will come through very, very quickly. They're being well stretched out here into the finale here of this elite men's championship.
Yes, that's right, Julian, and the riders won't be looking out for pedestrians either as they come through here with all the railing down the sides, etc. They'll be riding thinking that the course is protected. So, folks, please keep clear of the course. Please stay behind the barriers. And as we see the peloton coming up past the cones just out there by the Vet Club, they're going to get 2 to go as they go past. So this is the second to last time we'll see them going on that part of the course. And it's the sprint train of Bolton Equities, a Black Spoke out in front, setting the pace, dictating the conditions, and dictating the pace too.
They certainly are keeping things pretty quick along there as they'll make their way down this finishing straight. Good indication once again. With the motorbike coming through, lap board coming out, 2 laps to go. That'll be 4 kilometres. Here they come, folks. Start making some noise for your riders as they come on through here. Bolton Equities on the front of the race there, trying to control it all the way through. And Donald, the other man from Christchurch, heads on through. Good contingent there from Canterbury once again. They have 2 laps to go. Bow lap next time, folks, to see who could take out this particular title. It's on, but it's not too hot a pace that you could still move yourself up through the field, Marty.
Yeah, that's true, and it was the same. It was the same lineup of riders. Luke Mudgeway was right at the back of the train. Guess who was in front of him? George Jackson. So those 2 guys at the back of that sprint train. But the pace isn't absolutely devastating at the moment, making it really hard for anybody to get up there. It hasn't been wound up quite that quick. So what are the other riders doing? They're quite happy to let Bolton Equities Black Spoke just set the pace and then maybe put their foot down or get involved in the action on the last lap. It's a little interesting to see whether that'll happen just at the moment.
Bailey O'Donnell, the Cantabrians, one of the newcomers to the team, just been signed on, so he's been given the job to try and lead them out here. He'll no doubt peel off very shortly as they hit towards the base of the hill. That'll be his job done and dusted with, as we now see Copeland's head on to the fronts. So Copeland's Black Spoke then. Hayden Strong of Southland, he's still right up there in the mix. He's starting to lick the lips. He loves these sort of sprint finishes. He won't be put off by these top teams here. He'll get himself right into the mix of it there. It's whether or not the legs can respond as they start to make their way up towards the rise. And we get 2 laps to go. 2K a circuit here, folks. If you just joined us, it is 4 kilometres left. The remainder of the riders here as they've been making their way around. So they're going to get the bow lap very shortly here for them to determine who's going to take out this national championship, the last title of the day. Then we'll be into the respective presentations just in behind the truck. Make sure you hang around and support the riders. It'll be great to have you here.
Folks, can you just, yeah, we need to see. Thanks.
So the camera's on the top of the rise. Here they go. Well, we sound like a broken record, but once again, it is the Black Spoke team, and Bailey seems to be still absolutely grimacing. He is giving it sheer death out there in front, and the team will be pretty pleased with this effort here. That is ensuring that a lot of the riders further back cannot move themselves forwards. They'll come flying around this corner, and they'll be looking for plenty of support from the crowd, folks. They love it here in Palmerston, North Marty. We're in for a fantastic finish on coming into the last lap.
Yeah, well, the sprint train from Bolton Equities, it's more committed this time. Look at them, the heads are all down. The pace is certainly higher. Give them a hand, folks. This is controlled racing at its very best. Mudgeway, Jackson at the back of that sprint train. Oh, I don't know what your pick is, Julian, but it's pretty hard to see anybody getting around those two at this stage.
Yes, it's going to be very difficult indeed when you've got half a dozen riders in the lead-out train there. Bailey O'Donnell still continuing to do so. Then the big ox, it'll be Josh Burnett, the Tour of Southland winner. He'll take over next. Well, that's an engine and a half to have on the front at any time. And he'll start to wind it up for them as well and make life even more challenging. Hayden Strong now coming down the centre of the road as well. 1 or 2 others with Maida Q, Gilbertson. They've waited patiently. Could they be the upset, the team to come up against the men from Bolton Equities?
Yeah, well, the pace is looking a bit hot for Nick Kirgizee there. I think we've just seen him drifting off the back. But can riders like Hayden Strong get up there? Get into that sprint train or get some protection or some lead out from that Bolton Equities Black Spoke, a sprint train. They're still all together as they go round the bottom corner. Can see Hayden Strong there in the Southland colours.
They head up the hill and it's still the control of Bolton Equities, but I tell you what, it's starting to split a little bit. We might start seeing a little group of half a dozen riders that'll come on through to contest this elite title. Can Mudgeway bring it home? Because that's the man they're trying to set up. George Jackson in there in the mix with his teammate as well. Any one of them are capable of taking it on out. Could they get the trifecta here today, folks? That's what they're hoping for. They definitely want number 1 to take the title, but could they add the entire podium to their resume as they'll start to roll around here? We've got a few drop riders here that'll start to move out of the way as we see a fast finishing group.
Well, we've got a bit of a breakaway here, and it looks like it's all Black Spoke at the front there. They've really put the hammer down, Julian. It looks like might be a Maida Q rider in there. Just wondering whether Kean Watts is one of them. They'll be coming into view shortly, but Black Spoke, this must be a dream finish for them. They've got a break on the peloton. Everybody's looking up the road. We'll see them coming into view shortly. It looks as though Black Spoke have really got this one under control.
Black Spoke with Mudgeway's gone onto the front, and Mudgeway's going to take out the title. He's too strong. George Jackson will be second across the line, and then we go to Kean Watts. He'll secure the bronze medal, but Mudgeway proving too strong in a perfectly timed effort here for the Black Spoke Pro Cycling team. George Jackson throwing the bike to the line. They secure the gold and the silver. Kean Watts will put himself onto the podium provisionally here with the bronze medal. But as it was set up all day long, they timed it to perfection to be the strongest team out there, the most professionally organised there in the end to be able to take out the title here at these 2023 Criterium Nationals here, folks. Would you give it up for our elite riders here this afternoon?
Well, Julian, Black Spoke must have really put the hammer down while the peloton was just out of shot going up that hill, because they came up through the top here. They had daylight between them and the chasing peloton. And you'd have to say Keon Watts was one of those riders that had just been looking after himself, and he managed to get into the mix in the end. Terrific ride by him.
Yes, there was certainly one or two riders there that should be very pleased with their efforts here today to be able to mix it up with these guys that ride their bikes full time. George Jackson provisionally at second place. And Keon Watts, I think, there with the bronze medal, but these are all provisionals. We'll get them confirmed. Looks like they're on their way to let us know. But Luke Mudgeway, time to raise the hand in victory, as he's done time and time again, to take out this National Criterium title number 37. Mark him down in your books. And he'll be able to wear that with pride overseas as the team now starts to pack the bags and look to the European campaign here for 2023. Well, folks, we won't be too far away from catching up. There he goes down there, of Luke Mudgeway. Luke, if you're available, please to come forward to the commentary area, and we'll catch up and hear your insights to today's racing. So Luke Mudgeway required for the interviews over at the commentary area, please. Luke Mudgeway, please, down to the commentary area here at the finishing line. So while we're getting Luke along for the interview, just a reminder to all riders, please, all transponders to be handed in. All transponders back over to the blue caravan where you signed in earlier today. I think they might even have a set of pliers down there just beyond the finishing line helping a few riders. So Hano's just down on the centre of the road there with the fluoro vest. So if you go to him, he'll be able to unclip that for you. So all riders, please. And that includes, of course, all previous races. If you haven't already, all transponders, please, to be handed in down the centre of the roads, just be on the finishing line. So we could have Luke Mudgeway, please, make himself available along to the commentary area here, and we'll get the interview underway before we get underway with the official prize giving this afternoon.
Well, we can confirm those placings, Julian, the winner, no doubt about it. Luke Mudgeway, George Jackson and Keon Watts. That was first, second and third, and winner of the first sprint was Jonty Harris. The second sprint was Adam Francis, and it was Nick Kurgazoo who got the third sprint. And those sprints, $100, ka-ching, ka-ching, just like that. And many thanks to the Prem sponsor for the event today, Glenn Kirk, oral surgeon, great supporter of cycling locally and now nationally. And many thanks for your ongoing support.
So folks, just an update for the presentations. They tell me now we're going to do that under the gantry here of the finish area. So if you wanted to come and support these riders, and we encourage you to do so. All the place getters from all races today, please, if they could start assembling. Unless I'm told otherwise by the officials. I'm assuming actually the grandstand here wouldn't be a bad place for those riders to assemble in their order, and we'll bring them forward for their respective presentations here very shortly. Meanwhile, Luke Mudgeway is going to come along here and have a few words with us. Bit of deja vu after only a week ago us having the chat with some fantastic results. And we'll get all sorted and ready for the interview. Well, folks, joined here by our latest Criterium National Champion, Luke Mudgeway. Well, Luke, that was a pretty fast and furious race here by the team.
Yeah, we had a plan to ride the sprint today. Yeah, we we're going to race a bit negatively for once, and yeah, we had two fast guys, me and George, so the team backed both of us, and yeah, they gave us a unbelievable lead out there, and as you probably saw in the last corner, we had a bit of daylight there. Yeah, no, it's an amazing feeling, especially after Saturday, losing out on gravel and tar, but yeah, it's awesome to come here and get the 1-2.
And you said it was a fantastic looking lead out, and you had the young man from Canterbury, Bradley O'Donnell, new to the team, and he was certainly putting his hand up why he deserves to be in the team. Yeah, exactly. You know, we've got a lot of young guys coming onto the team this year, and with Bolton Equities, you know, like now there's a pathway for these younger guys. So now they have a team to step into to show themselves on the European stage, and you know, they're really putting their hand up and they're stepping up. They're doing a lot of work for us, and yeah, you know, one day these guys are going to be racing right up at the top of the sport. And tell us about your impressions of the course here today. Yeah, it was a bit different actually. Like, I'm used to racing technical crits. Today I guess it was a bit more different technicality with the speed bumps, but yeah, I guess that corner, you know, you had to be well positioned there every time. But then other than that, coming around here was a headwind, so it always came back together after the climb. And then fast descent back into the corner. So yeah, I guess it allowed a lot of riders to stay in the race because it wasn't strung out the whole time, and you could ride a bit wider around the course and you could move up. But yeah, no, we enjoyed it. The finish actually really suited a really strong lead out. I said that to the boys at the start of the day, and obviously, yeah, it suited us really well. And of course now you get to wear this jersey internationally with a lot of racing on the cards. It must be going to be a special feeling for the team to bring that out in front of the TV cameras. Yeah, nah, hopefully there's a few crits on the program. Yeah, but no, we're really excited, and we've got a couple other jerseys to get at Nationals, which yeah, we're really working hard to get. So yeah, after this it's Cadell Evans, our first World Tour race, which is really exciting for us. And then after that, a few of us are racing Nationals, and then we're all setting off to Europe to try put the hands up over there. And finally, we had a great crowd support here today in Palmerston North. Yeah, no, it's amazing. I'm from here, so yeah, it's really exciting to be able to finally race in front of friends, family. So yeah, no, I absolutely loved it, and I'm just glad I could win for them today. Well, ladies and gentlemen, would you put your hands together for the 2023 champion, Luke Mudgway, the Elite Men's Criterium champion. Well, we'll have Luke back up very shortly for the prize giving as we confirm all the various results, and we'll come back to you live for those prize givings here in the next few moments. So all place getters, please, all place getters are required to make their way. If they just hover about, I think now they want them just in front of the caravan here. We signed in this morning. We'll get you in order and readiness for your respective titles. So under 17 place getters, under 19 place getters and all elites, please just start now assembling in front of the Massey University Mobile Lab. And we'll be back to you when we have all the area all set up, ready to go.
Whoa, like whoa, like whoa, 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 like whoa, like whoa, like whoa, like whoa, 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 like whoa.
Test, test, 1, 2. So folks, we're just about to get underway for the presentation, so any rider that has not yet made their way over for the medal ceremonies, if they could do so, and we'll be cutting back across to the live coverage here in a moment. Marty and myself will then get underway and assist with the presentations here of these national championships.
So riders, you'll need to hand in your transponders. Just a reminder, especially to those riders that have just completed a race, please hand in your transponders here to the Massey University caravan, just behind us here. So Phil Holden, are you here? Phil Holden. So have we got all the place getters from the under-17 women? If they could just come over here, thanks. All the riders from the under-17 women. Okay, folks, we'll get the presentation ceremony underway. Ladies and gentlemen, the awards ceremony for the 2023 Cycling New Zealand Criterium Championships Under-17 Women Race will now take place. The medals will be presented by Phil Holden, Chair of the Cycling New Zealand Board. In third place, and winner of the bronze medal, Nina Worrell. In second place, and winner of the silver medal, Hayley Cornwall. And in first place, your under-17 women's Criterium champion for 2023, Millie Donald. So again, the medals being presented by Phil Holden. Be a busy boy. He's been handing out all the medals today. He is the chair of the Cycling New Zealand Board. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a big round of applause. Your under-17 women place getters and champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, the award ceremony now for the 2023 National Criterium Championship for under-17 men. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, David Kwan. In second place and winner of the silver medal, Harry Shannon. And in first place, the winner of the gold medal and the national champion. Folks, put your hands together for Josh Parsons. Ladies and gentlemen, would you put your hands together for the place getters in the under-17 men's Criterium Championship?
So we'll move on to the under-19 women's, the 2023 CNZ National Criterium Championships under-19 women. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, Kirsty Watts. In second place and winner of the silver medal, Ruby Spring. And in first place, winner of the gold medal and your 2023 national champion, Murianne Green. So Phil Holden. Handing out the medals is Murianne Green. Well, just a wee gust of wind there. Murianne Green gets to put on that white jersey with the black fern on it. And she has the privilege to be able to wear that the next 12 months for the calendar year 2023 at any criterium that she rides in. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our place getters and champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, the awards ceremony now for the 2023 Under-19 Men's Criterium Championship will now take place. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, Marshall Irwoods. In second place and winner of the silver medal, Wilson Hannon. And in first place, the winner of the gold medal, your new national champion. Folks, put your hands together for Maui Morrison. The riders once again to receive their medals, and the champion to receive the champion's jersey for 2023. As I said, they'll be able to wear this at any Criterium events now going forward over the next 12 months. And with great pride, no doubts. Great race amongst these under-19s. And Maui Morrison being crowned the champion here for 2023. Folks, would you put your hands together for our place getters of the Under-19 Criterium Championship?
Ladies and gentlemen, the awards ceremony for the elite women's race will now take place. And Phil Holden will present the medals. In third place, the winner of the bronze medal, Sammy Maxwell. And in second place, and winner of the silver medal, Bryony Borta. And in first place, winner of the gold medal, the defending and also the new national champion, Ali Wollaston. Well, Julian, we saw a great tussle in this race between first and second, and a great ride there from Sammy Maxwell to out-sprint the peloton to get third place.
Yeah, it was a tough race indeed for these riders. They took it, the bull by the horns from the starts. The three of them together, and eventually just the two. But all three ended up on the podium in the ends here. And Ali once again will get to wear this jersey with pride over the 2023 season. Folks, would you put your hands together for the elite women's podium? There's a great shot there, folks. Put your hands together for the elite woman. Put on a fine display of racing here today. As we now get prepared for the final presentation of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, the awards ceremony of the Elite Men's Criterium Championship. In third place and winner of the bronze medal, Kean Watts. In second place and winner of the silver medal, George Jackson. In first place and winner of the gold medal, new national champion, folks, put your hands together for Luke Mudgway. So as we just witnessed a very quick race indeed around a tough circuit here today. But the man from Palmerston North in front of his home crowd takes out the national title. There might be some discussions in the team now about taking on a few criteriums later on this year to be able to promote this fantastic jersey as national champion. Folks, would you put your hands together for the place getters of the Elite Men's Criterium Championship? So another great opportunity here for a few more shots here for the paparazzi as the photos go up on the social media. And it's great to have so many people who have been following the live streaming throughout the day. And for our live crowds here in Palmerston North, folks, thank you for coming out and supporting the riders here, the sponsors, the officials, very much appreciated. Folks, would you put your hands together for Steve Stannard and his team who put on an outstanding event here throughout today for this National Championships. An ideal course, fantastic weather organised for it as well. And we've seen some top class racing On behalf of Marty Houston and myself, thank you very much for coming along and supporting these riders, and we look forward to seeing you at future cycling events here in New Zealand. Thank you, folks.
Like whoa, like whoa, 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 like whoa, like whoa, like whoa, like whoa, 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 like whoa.